It doesn't look like it. It's got a decent rotation. I'm still pulling it up right now. Give me just 1 second. This camera is the closest camera on at the bottom here. Bottom left of the screen, that's the closest camera to it on I-81, and it's not even windy, so I have a feeling it's probably just radar indicated and likely due to uplift and then downlit, over top of the mountains. As the clouds have to ride up and down over these mountains, a lot of times that can make the clouds spin, not necessarily putting a tornado down, but it can cause rotation. So it's got that S-hook shape to it, as you can see on the radar. Let me switch radars. This radar is a little bit easier for you guys to understand. It's split screen. On the right side is the wind velocity, and on the left side is the standard radar you're used to. I'll put it in motion as well. So as you can see, it kind of flared up as it got to that ridge line. You can see the ridge lines. And as it's riding along, it splits, and then it gets that S shape to it. And that's when it started rotating. Let me turn that music down. It's probably echoing. Sorry about that. Should be easier to understand me now. So as you can see, the rotation is right over Mount Jackson, and that's exactly where this camera is, on the bottom left corner there. So as you know, if you've ever driven down I-81, it rides along the mountain side, more or less, not quite at the ridge tops, but through the valley. So we're down in the valley here on these cameras. Let's try the next camera up and see what that looks like. So here's Mount Jackson on the camera map. We've got a camera to the north. That's the one we were just looking at. And then to the south. Real dark and nasty looking. And some wind, but it looks like a normal storm. And these storms are going to look dark this time of night, so let's go to the camera that's further up the road. Nothing there, just rain. So I have a feeling this is in the clouds only, probably not putting anything on the ground, but at the very peak of the ridge line, which is right here where these dark areas are, because that's trees. And actually, let me go turn that tornado watch off so you can see more clearly. So on the map you can tell there's the ridge line itself. You can see all that forest and the striations of the mountain. So as it came across the valley, it had rotation in it as it started to go up the hill. And then it kind of breaks up as it gets to the top of the mountains. So it's really rough, really steep terrain through there. I think those mountaintop ridges and peaks are probably like, what, 3,000 feet? Maybe a little more, 3,500 feet in some areas. So it just crossed the Shenandoah Valley. This happens a lot. And they took the tornado warning off already. So, like I said, it was probably a false tornado warning. And basically what was happening is, I call these ridge runners. As they ride along that ridge where the mountaintops are engaging the clouds because they're so tall, it kind of acts like a gear and can make those clouds twist because the winds have to go down into the valley and then back up the steep mountain quickly. And that's the same kind of uplift that causes a tornado out in the plains, but on a much broader scale. So we're probably going to get spin-ups like this through the mountains the next couple of hours as this line, this sharp line, pulls up along those ridge lines in the same direction. Whenever we have storms that ride along those ridges, we get this kind of action where we can have these spin-ups and high winds as well. And you can see if I turn this off, this thing is acting like a hurricane almost. Let me put the the MRMS on so you can see everything all at once. And this thing's acting like a hurricane. It's strengthening. You can see it spinning right here. That's a very steep low pressure, and it's grinding against the mountains as it's moving north. It's just about in between Morgantown and Deep Creek Lake, the center of the low. And it's spinning up pretty tight. You can see that motion. These clouds are moving in this direction, but there's a lot of convection going on with this whole thing. And then down through here we have this band, this long band, just like if it was a tropical system coming through here in our direction. So as these grind to the east, they're spinning to the north a little bit as well. And we're going to get some spots of severe weather and some spots of possible rotation that could set off the automated tornado warning system, and then it has to be reviewed and take a good look at it to see if it's actually putting a tornado out or if it's just something that's in the cloud. So we have ways to be able to tell what's going on. Let me change this back. To more defined radar, and you can see that thing is really hooked up. And whenever you get a squall line, which is just a straight line of storms, or a curved line of storms like this, what you want to look for is an S figure in the clouds. Anytime you have one of these S bends, where it's a real sharp S kink, like that, that indicates that it could be rotating. And then this is coming in behind it like this. And it bends the line into that S shape. And that could indicate a tornado. So that's what we're looking for. Otherwise, the storms, no, they're not really doing a whole lot. It's just heavy rain. And that's the biggest threat. We do have this line right here working its way northeast into the southern DC suburbs and southern Maryland, Waldorf, up the Potomac River. That Potomac River is basically either below or at sea level all the way up to where the cherry trees are along the DC waterfront down through here. So they call it the tidal basin underneath the bridges here, and it's actually tidal flow, just like at the ocean and on the water. So we can get coastal flooding all the way up into Washington DC from the Potomac, from that, because this is all considered tidal basin. So as this storm moves up into that area tends to hold a lot of humidity and a lot more I guess you would say fuel for storms. And typically when storms move through here, that's why we see storms blow up suddenly when they get into this area a lot of times, especially west to east. And I think that's probably what caused the La Plata tornado to flare up so bad. As it moved across there, it ran into that hot, humid air. This is also the area in the summertime that's always the hottest on record from anywhere around us, where we can have 90, 95 degree temperatures everywhere else, and it'll be 100, 105 down in there. So basically, I don't think we're going to see a lot of action. Most of it's going to stay in the mountains, but some of these storms to the south, like this guy here, south of in Richmond and south to the North Carolina border, is going to be a problem. And some of these lines that are moving into west of DC and up through Hagerstown, Frederick, western Montgomery County, even I would say Carroll County and Baltimore County as they sweep through. You can see that sweeping action on that squall line, and that causes rotation in it. So we could see another tornado warning or two out of this. Unlikely to actually be a tornado, but it's possible. So we'll just keep an eye on these. But we're not getting the hail like we thought. We're not getting the severe winds like we were expecting. So it just looks like more or less it's going to be strong storms. And then we just need to keep an eye where all the lightning is happening. See how it's got lightning occurring in the dark reds, and how this storm is still spinning as it's grinding along. This may end up with another tornado warning any minute. Let's look at it on the high res velocity. We'll put it in motion, and you can see the striations of the mountains. There's another ridge line right here. So as it gets to this ridge line, from about Front Royal down to Waynesboro, that's a pretty steep one too. That's the Blue Ridge, and that's the eastern side of the Shenandoah Valley. This thing might spin back up as it gets closer to Front Royal, over here where 66 comes across into 81. They have kind of a history of having them spin up through here too, tornadoes, because of that action. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to keep an eye on it right here. You can see how it spun up when it hit that valley, and then the mountains broke it up, and those are steep ridge lines, and then it's starting to try to spin again. So there's not much around here, but on the map you can see between Front Royal and Washington, Laurel Caverns are down here. It's going to miss that going to the north of it, just to the north. But it's got high winds in it, so these winds are probably 50, 60 miles an hour. This probably should have a severe thunderstorm warning on it. I don't know why it doesn't, but the NWS is on the B crew tonight. Martin, we'll probably just have to watch and see what happens. This is the only thing I suspect causing the problem. Once it gets over this last ridge line, it probably won't have enough oomph left to cause anything else. It's just interaction with these mountain ridges where it's causing these spin ups to happen. You can see the winds blowing hard on the camera down there on the bottom left. Let me go to give me 1 minute, I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. I just wanted to get these cameras up a little better. But you can see that there's not really a whole lot going on. There's no severe thunderstorm warnings up, which there should definitely be one on this storm in Virginia that's been causing damage. In Richmond down here. These damage reports keep popping up. Trees down. Trees down. But the NWS has not been doing real great, honestly, lately. And I hate to talk bad about them because I know they're in a lot of trouble, but you've obviously got some rotation going on here and some 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts knocking trees down, so that should be severe warned. With all that lightning going on, it's probably got some hail in it. Then up here, this storm over top of the Potomac River, creeping up on DC. Put that in motion. Take a look at that. This is the one heading towards Baltimore or DC. Not real threatening, but it's got some lightning in it. And let me just double check and make sure I didn't turn that off by accident. No, it's on. I turned off the tornado watch because it's colored in, but I'm going to put that back here and turn the color off. So it's just a red outline around the counties that have it. And that's what's happening. It's not showing up. What's going on here? That's why. There we go. Everything got turned off. So now we have another tornado warning back on that same storm. Laurel's in the clear, yes. It's past you into the north. So you're caught in the corner of the box. But the rotation is to your north. So it's up around Goods Mill, overall, heading towards Chester Gap. And it's very loose, very broken up. It's not really doing a whole lot. It's just got that rotation still that it had earlier. Let's look at the correlation coefficient here. Showing a little bit of a debris ball, but that could be hail or it just could be stuff blowing off the mountain. So right where that's tracking, you can see that mess right there. That's just kind of debris blowing in the sky. It doesn't look like a serious debris ball, but it's probably doing something along 360 there. Goods Mill, Vaughn. Kennedy Peak to Rileysville, Oak Hill area, more or less, is where it's at. So right in here is where the rotation would be. And the winds are coming around like this. Creating a little bit of a couplet right here where the winds are interacting. But these winds are not real fast. So we'll put it in motion again. You can see it's going just to the north of Laurel, more or less north of Vaughn and Springfield, south of Goods Mill, right in that area. Rileyville, heading toward Broadest Mountain, 462, 411 and 340, right in that area, right through here. I can zoom right in. It would have crossed, and it's still only radar indicated, so on the warnings, see how it says tornado, radar indicated, hail size 0.75. If this was on the ground and somebody was seeing it, official, it would say on the ground, it would say, and you click into it, and it'll tell you exactly what's happening here. So it's moving about 40 miles an hour. It's not very pronounced. It's a very loose rotation. It may be blowing things off of the ridge lines and swirling up stuff, but you can see that as it hits this ridge line here, it's starting to pick up more rotation. So as it goes through the valley, it kind of loses it. It's got rotation over here. When it crosses this line of mountains, it kind of falls apart. It gets into this ridge line, and it starts to tighten back up as it grinds against this next ridge line. But as it crosses the valley, it's hard to say, but it's not observed. It's only radar indicated, so, and we're not seeing much debris. If we put the correlation coefficient on it and track the same area, you can see it kind of has a little bit of a debris signature as it's crossing between Rileyville and Oak Hill, Goods Mill and Oak Hill area. So it might be doing something here. Broadest Mountain, Rileyville, Goods Mill. It's got a little bit of a dropout going on there for debris and some very loose rotation. So it's not a very strong tornado, but it is showing more rotation now. Basically, you can see these winds are coming in here. These winds are being pulled in like this. And you've got a couplet going on right here. So it's been crossing along here. Probably will move on up the road like this. As it continues on. And that's how these winds are shaped in that S pattern that you can see again. That's what we're looking for. But it's not observed so far. If it was observed, it would give me a different coloration on the box, and it would alarm to let me know that it's got more. Still radar indicated. And then the severe thunderstorm warning says tornado possible. Hail up to 1 inch, winds up to 60 miles an hour. So it's just barely a severe thunderstorm warning, but it has that rotation in it. And the coloration of the winds show me the same thing. It's about 60 miles an hour on the scale through here. So the inflow winds on the south side are probably worse. And there's nowhere around here to get a camera on it, unfortunately. Or I would pull cameras. I've been looking to try to find anything, but Dover, Delaware, it'll be 9 o'clock to midnight before anything comes to Dover, Delaware. So you can relax for a while. And Rising Sun, is that Rising Sun, Maryland? This is not going to make it to Rising Sun, Maryland. If you're talking about Rising Sun. The next place that's possible on this map would be like North Marshall and the Peak, Shenandoah Homesteads, Four-Way, Pignut Mountain, Browntown, and then south of Chester Gap along 522 like Wakefield Manor, Rieger, Flint Hill, Massey's Corner. So it's taking its time, and it's not holding together very well as it's crossing these ridge lines. If it flares back up, it's heading more towards Chester Gap actually now. It's kind of wobbling because of the way the mountains are shaped. So, it's no, this is anywhere near Maryland at all. This is a good hour from DC at the speed it's moving. So we're talking about Virginia in the mountains. We're not talking about anywhere near Maryland or even anywhere around DC. This is Winchester up here, Winchester, Virginia. This line right here is the Maryland line. Frederick is way up here, and that's a good hour away from DC and the Potomac River. So, unlikely to hold together for that long. Now they shortened up the tornado warning now to 4-way overall. Compton, Bentonville, Pignut Mountain is included. And that's a big ridge there where Pignut Mountain and North Marshall Mountain is, heading towards Chester Gap. So this thing might be kind of steering around that. That's why it changed direction a little bit. It's moving up more towards along 340 in the valley than it was headed more towards the east. Now it's headed more towards the north, towards Chester Gap, Point of Woods, like Dickey Hill, Browntown. You all are next in this. So very small, very weak rotation. It was showing a little bit of let me just double check and make sure there aren't any more going on. A lot of flooding going on in Morgantown, West Virginia. But right now this is our main concern. No other storms are warned for anything. Just this tornado warning right here. Now you can see the couplet is still spinning. Got a decent little bit of a hook going on here. And there's your interaction right there. So these are the winds coming in, spinning up into an S. You can see the striations of the storm clouds as they're pulling in and wrapping around this big rotation. It's a very wide rotation, but it's not very fast. So, you know, it's going to be a weaker tornado. This is not a monster like out in the Midwest by any means. This would be much more pronounced, and these colors would be much brighter. But it's still moving to the northeast towards Chester Gap, Smithsonian Conservation Area, Apple Mountain Lake, Route 66 around Linden eventually, if it gets that far. Dickey, right now we're looking at Bentonville to 4-way, North Marshall Mountain and the Peak over in here, and then Shenandoah along 522, Rieger, Chester Gap, Huntley, Wakefield Manor, Flint Hill. You should be ready for this to come. Also Point of Woods, High Knob, Dickey Hill area up towards Front Royal. This thing could change direction, so it's kind of got that spin to it like a hurricane, where these storms are kind of turning to the northeast more as they move ahead. So let me see if I can get some cameras on 66 out that way. Try to get some eyes on this thing. Doesn't look like, no, Apple Mountain Lake, there's some cameras out that way. 166, but that's not very close. We're not going to be able to see anything. It's not even raining there yet, so. If anybody knows of any cameras, like webcams around Front Royal. Here's one in Chester Gap. I'll leave that Chester Gap camera up because that's next on the list. So, bottom right corner all the way down here. This camera right here that I'm showing you in the middle of the screen is in Chester Gap, near Chester Gap. So we'll keep an eye on this one. And I'll put it on top. So it's always on top, and I'm going to enlarge it a little bit. Move this one up a little. So you guys can see it a little better. So if we see wind starting to crank up here in Chester Gap, we know something's going on. It's approaching Chester Gap now, but it's really falling apart again. It's been cycling back and forth because of the ridge lines, and then the mountains and valleys back and forth kind of stir it up and then make it fall apart, which is a good thing. So let's check correlation coefficient again. They've extended the warning way out. Excuse me one second. Sorry about that. So this is correlation coefficient. This shows debris. If there's any debris in the sky, this will pick it up. And there's a little bit here, and then it goes away. That's not really anything. So if this was tearing up the ground and pulling trees off the mountain, it would be showing it as a blue ball where the circulation is. So that's a good sign. But you can see that S shape is really twisted up. It's not a high speed rotation, but it's a very pronounced rotation. Sorry about that, I'm having a problem with my microphone, so I may have to go back to just typing in the chat, but it looks like this thing's falling apart again. The rotation is not really pronounced as it was earlier. You can see it flares up and then it's spinning out. If you watch it, it's tight here, and then it loosens up. It gets tight again, now it's loosening up. It looks like it's transferring more north towards Front Royal. And then on our screen here, we've got absolutely nothing going on with the Chester Gap road camera over here on the left side. So this tornado hopefully will fall apart here quickly after it gets past this ridgeline. This is basically being caused by more or less just being caused by these mountain ridges and the way this storm is wrapped up into a tight band, almost like a hurricane. There's a report of some damage down there in Harrisonburg. Lots of trees reported down near Rush Lane Indian Trail Road at 5:36. That's when that storm was down that way. So it's been working its way up through here. Now you can see the tornado watch is pretty much everywhere in our region, and that's precautionary. As this low pressure spins up, we can have these sort of spin ups. If I change this to MRMS, it's all of the radars combined, and you can see this hook pattern. It's like a giant hurricane, or a mini hurricane, I should say. You've got hurricane style bands, and then on the backside, cold air wrapping in behind it. So you've got the low pressure center is about right here now, and it's moving along in this direction. So as that trucks along the mountains here on the western edge of the Appalachian Mountains up through Pennsylvania, it's going to keep pulling these bands. We could get another one wrap up behind this one. Just like as a hurricane happens, we're on the dirty side, the northeast corner of the low pressure is where all the tornadoes and severe weather happens, just like with a tropical storm or hurricane. So that's what's happening here. So I'm going to turn this tornado watch box off, or darken it up a lot, because it's definitely causing problems for me. I can just darken it down like that. That's not bad. And then change back to the main radar, local radar, right here. So this storm is starting to stretch out to the point where, and what I'm hoping for is it'll break apart again. But I'm not hearing any reports of damage yet. There's not a whole lot where it's passed through to be damaged, honestly. There's just some very small towns along north of Laurel, along the main roads in the bottom of the valleys. And there may be some homes up on the ridge lines, but more or less, there's been a little bit of debris here and there. Let's put it in 30 frames of motion and see the whole thing from start to where we're at now. So it starts over here, spins up about right there, tightens up, and then falls apart, tightens up and falls apart. Right about here, right there, it got tight as it crossed 81, and then it got tight again as it came across this ridge line in the valley where 340 runs north of right there. So probably just south of Rileyville and north of Oak Hill is where it crossed, right through here. So if there's any damage, we'd be hearing it by now. And then it kind of twisted to the left a little bit as it got to Chester Gap. It's almost on top of Chester Gap now. This camera on the left side here is Chester Gap. And you can see the trees aren't even blowing around. So most of these storms are pretty docile, and they're, very weak. But you never know what's happening on the cloud versus what's up in the clouds compared to what's happening on the ground. It's hard to tell, but that's what the correlation coefficient tells us. So there's 3 different modes of radar here. We're looking at the high-res reflectivity. That just shows us what the clouds look like thickness-wise, how much moisture is in them, and where they're moving. And you can see that S-bend form right there as it twists up. Now it's breaking up again, so it's probably going to be canceled. Then we change to the velocity, and that shows us the direction the winds are moving and how fast they are by the coloration. And it's a split scale, a left and a right scale, not just a 0 to maximum. And if there's... Hang on 1 second for me. Good Lord. Sorry about that. I had a fly attacking me. It was like trying to get in between my glasses and my eyeball. And it just kept coming back over and over and over. It was driving me insane. Sorry about that. I still hear it buzzing around, so I'm going to have to smack it in a minute. But anyway, this tornado looks like it's falling apart. And it's getting closer to the radar site, which is this green spot right here. The KLWX is the Sterling, Virginia radar. So we're getting close enough to where we can tell. And then we get on the other side of the mountains here. Excuse me. And as it crosses that last ridge line, now I'm losing my voice. Hold on. Good Lord, I'm having problems. Sorry about that. So, as you can see, the S shape is still there, but it's very broad, and there's no couplet or sharp connection point between the reds and the blues like we had earlier, which is what we need for a tornado to actually be happening. So this is just broad rotation now. And it still has about 18 minutes on this tornado warning, so they'll probably cancel it early. And if you're listening, National Weather Service, you can probably cancel it, because they do watch and listen to me. But you can see it's sharper here with higher speed winds, and then the colors kind of get duller, which means wind speeds are slower. And the brighter the colors, the faster the winds are. And that teal blue is about 60 miles an hour. Same with the reds. The reds aren't as pronounced because they're not moving towards the radar. So it'll be grayish with red shades, but you look for those striations of rotation, which will be like right in here. You can see these lines form on the north side of the tornado, and then the back side, the winds are moving faster because they have to keep up with the storm. So the rotation would be in here somewhere if it was happening. But it's just broad rotation at this point. It's not anything to worry about, and they can probably cancel this. And basically, it's just the interaction to these ridge lines. As we zoom in, you can see the mountain really clearly here. See that mountain? That's North Marshall Mountain right here, the peak over here. And then that's all part, Pignut Mountain right here, Neighbor Mountain down here. And it was riding in the valleys between along 340. And as it passed through here, it was grinding against the mountain, acting like a gear basically. The winds interact and it helps spin that storm up. Once it gets over on the other side of these mountains, out into more flat lands, which actually it's called the plains, Marshall, Warrenton, and more towards DC. As we get closer to DC, it's flatter land. and it's not mountains anymore. It's just, they call it the Piedmont Plateau. Yeah, it passed by pretty quickly, I'm sure, because of that area of rotation is pulling behind that cold air. So out here in Morgantown, we've got flooding going on, flash flood warnings. And let me put the radar on out here for a minute. Still a lot of heavy rain coming down. And that rotation, look how tight that is right there, just over Morgantown now. That is a tight, powerful low. So you've got just like a hurricane, a cyclonic storm here, low pressure system, where these storms are spinning around this point right in the center. Whoops, I messed that one up. Right over Morgantown. So it'll be pulling these storms down behind it. And now it's going to be rubbing up against the mountains on its way to the northeast. And that's bad because orographic lift, just like what happened in Helene and what we had last weekend and the weekend before that with these heavy rains out here in Garrett County. That's what's happening to the west of Morgantown and around the southwest corner of Morgantown. All of these little blue marks, these funny blue squigglies, are flood reports. Flooding on Hughes Run Road. We've got Fairmont, south of Morgantown, roadway flooded, traffic backing up. Lumberport, Benetton, Shinston, West Virginia, flooding on Lucas Road. So a lot of flooding happening. Bennett's Run Road flooding. It's crazy how much rain has come down here, and we can look at that as well with the radar. We'll estimate that. Storm total precip. Wow. That's estimating as high as 2 to 3 inches per hour coming down between Wheeling and Morgantown in that general area, New Martinsville, and south down into Lake Clarksburg, that whole region. And it's still raining, pouring. They could get 4 to 6 inches of rain out of this where these flash flood warnings are. So if you're out there, stay off the roads and stay in tonight. Don't go out. Uniontown, Waynesburg, Masontown, PA, south of Pittsburgh. All this is going to be moving north too. So this is going to be heading up towards Somerset, towards Johnstown, PA, Greensburg, and then we may get some of that into Myersdale and Garrett County. Hopefully we don't. It should stay just to the west of Garrett and Allegheny County, where they've already been hit hard. Now let's look at these severe thunderstorm warnings popping up around DC. High reflectivity. We've got some cells popping up here, small cells. This one's a big tornado possible on this Anne Arundel County one. However, let's check it for rotation. And there's a little bit of weak, very, very weak rotation here. But it is there. Put the storm relative on it, and it's got a little tiny couplet right there. And that's enough to cause something. So this is our mini tornado alley right here between well, we're looking at probably south of Rockville, Garrett Park, Wheaton, Kemp Mill, White Oak. For some reason, when storms move through here, something about this land spins these up through here. You may remember we had that one that was on last summer on the radar and on a lot of social media that moved right through this same area, White Oak especially. So we do have a little bit of this might end up with a tornado warning any minute here. Glenview, Chestnut Hills, North Forest Ridge. Let's go look at the cameras in the Maryland side. and see what's happening there. So let's go to, on the top camera here, top left corner, we're going to go on to 495. On the west side there. And the 270 spur, perfectly fine. But it's dark in the distance there. And that's looking east. It flies back. We've got nothing available. It's starting to pick up in rotation wise though. This is probably going to end up with a tornado warning any second. Whether it's putting a tornado down or not, it's on the right spot on the south corner of the storm. Let's put this in motion and watch it spin. It's spinning very slow, but as you can see right here, it is rotating somewhat. Let's reduce the frames down so it's not so crazy. So NWS, if you're watching, that does have the correct formation and it's starting to get a little bit of a hook going. Let's look at the velocity. Put that in motion and you'll see the reds and the blues. Whoops. Right around Wheaton here. You can see it spinning. Hardly anything there, but it's definitely got some brighter colors around Kemp Mill, White Oak, Glenmont. So it's a little something going on there, but I can't get close enough with a camera on 495. I guess we need to go to River Road. Nothing. Traffic's backed up as usual. I'm not seeing hardly anything on the cameras. Where else can we look? 495. Route 29 maybe. Let's look up and down Route 29 here. We're looking at the top left camera in the corner there. And I think we're down around, what, 198. .29 and 198 camera is out, of course. Let's try the south camera. There we go. That's the right direction anyway. And come on now. So looking at the sky in the upper left corner there, not really seeing anything worth worrying about. It does have some weak rotation and it is a possible rated tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. So let's click into that. Read the text. Let me move that over a little bit. That's better. So until 7:30, severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible, but it's only moving at 20 miles per hour. So very slow. And if it's going to rotate, it would be rotating right in the White Oak, Kemp Mill, Springbrook Manor, Northwest Branch, Stream Valley Park area, down into Four Corners. And I'm not hearing or seeing anything going on the scanner. So, and there's a tornado warning. I guess they are listening to me. Hello, NWS. So South Laurel, Laurel, White Oak, Wheaton. It's only moving at 20 miles per hour. Very, very slow. We're at the nearest camera now, which is at 198, and or I'm sorry, we're at 29 and 198, which is right here, right by the rotation. You can't see anything happening at all. No winds, no rain. So I'm not real worried about this tornado warning. Let's take a look at the other cameras in the area. 129. No video. It's raining. Colesville, Lockwood Drive, Columbia Park. Colesville Road, nothing. No wind. Dale Drive in Colesville, nothing. Stewart's Lane, nothing going on there. These Montgomery County cameras are not as good, but at least we have them. At 198, the sky's dark looking, but it's not even raining. And the sky's pretty high up, so it's not really something that I'm too concerned with, but it does have that rotation happening up in the sky. Something to also remember is that we have another tornado warning at Fort Washington, and this one's a little more pronounced. It's moving right up the Potomac. This is that area I was telling you about 20 minutes or 30 minutes ago. This is just west of, just west of Accokeek, heading towards Fort Washington. This is a much more pronounced rotation. When it looks like this on the radar is when I start to worry. Let's look at it's over the water, so it's a nice warm river right there, and it's low. It just blew up right there by Indian Head. It's exactly what I was worried about earlier. A storm relative, you can see a nice couplet there. Well, I wouldn't say nice, but as you can see, rotation coming in like this, getting a couplet going. The winds aren't real fast either on this. This is still just a basic Maryland tornado. This is not a serious, powerful monster tornado like out west, but it can do damage, and it is something you don't want to be involved with. Now we've got correlation coefficient. Let's watch that and see how that happens as it moves up and forms, and it is kind of throwing some debris. See all the blue right by Accokeek. Looks like it's in the park here by Marshall Hall Road, Accokeek Lawn, Cactus Hill, Bryan Point, Piscatawny Park, and it's moving towards Fort Washington, Piscatawny Estates, Warburton Manor, Fort Washington proper, and Fort Washington Forest, up 210. So it's to the west of 210 towards the river. Now you can see on 198 and 29 south that the rain arrived. Oops. But still no wind up there with that other tornado warning. So not a lot happening up with this one. But we do have 2 tornado warnings going now, and a third back here still going on. And that one's very pronounced. Marshall, Route 66. This is the same one that we had earlier. spinning back up pretty tight. So it's heading towards Marshall, Bunker Hill, the Plains, Morgantown, Virginia, not West Virginia, Asheville, Ada, and it looks like it's just about to cross 66 there. Let's see if we can get a camera on that. On the Virginia cams. So we're going to be up here. Doesn't look like there's any cameras out there. Closest one's over here. Come on. Camera's out. Those cameras are not working, which means they may have been damaged. A lot of times when these storms hit, the power's out all along that road. So Marshall, the Plains, Middleburg to, looks like it's going to be Bull Run Mountain Estates, halfway, Skinkertown, Hopewell, the Plains, Rectortown, Frogtown, Bunker Hill, Marshall along Route 66. This is heading northeast towards Dover, Middleburg, Virginia, and then eventually towards Leesburg and Sterling, where the radar is located. You can see the beam coming out there. Let's check on this one. This tornado here, warning, and heading towards BWI. Let's use the BWI radar. Take a good look at that. Yeah, that's very, very, very loose rotation. There's not much going on here at all. So this I'm not worried about. It's not showing much of anything happening. This could be expired or let go. The wind speeds are below 60 miles an hour up in the sky, so they're not going to be very strong at the ground. And you can see the storm is shrinking up as well. So this one doesn't concern me. If you're in Laurel and you're under that, or near Laurel, Odenton, Crofton, Bowie, Greenbelt, it's past Aspen Hill already, but you're still in that warning. Wheaton, White Oak, Calverton, up 95 towards Savage. This storm, take it seriously. If you're on Fort Meade, it's headed right for you. Take it seriously, but it's probably going to be canceled early. It's not really doing a whole lot, and it's moving very slow. It's only moving at 20 miles per hour, and the wind speeds are below 60 aloft in the sky. So it's not doing a whole lot, but take it seriously always. So they have extended the Fort Meade all the way out to Fort Meade, and it's heading towards the Fort Meade BWI area. But there's not a lot of rotation going on here, and there's no signature. And this is on the BWI radar. Now we can switch over and go back to the better radar, which is at Sterling. And then you can see on the velocity, this guy is still putting out a lot, but this is looking more like an interaction for hail now and less of a rotation. This may be a microburst or a downburst actually. When the storms are colliding, it's dumping the hail out. Yeah, that's what it looks like. This is turning into a microburst or downburst. So this can still generate 60 to 80 mile an hour winds. But as it crossed 66, it looks like it's falling apart quickly. And those are showing 60 to almost 70 mile an hour winds. Right on the edge of 65, 70 miles an hour there for a minute. But then, as you can see, they get duller colors and duller colors. As it's getting closer to the radar, that's a good sign. So that one's not too concerning. The one in Laurel, heading towards Laurel and Fort Meade, Odenton area, not real concerning. That's precautionary because it flared up for a minute there, but it may flare back up again. We'll take a good look at that with this radar. You can see very loose, very broad rotation, and just about 40 or 50 mile an hour winds in the Calverton, Rolling Acres, Fairland, Greencastle Manor area, and moving towards Fort Meade slowly at 20 miles an hour. It's almost on 95, so we can pull a camera up there and take a good look at that. On the backside of that storm, look how foggy and hard rain, heavy rain it is on 29 and 198. That's where it's already passed, and it's extremely heavy rain. That's the biggest threat here, honestly, is flooding rain. Alright, let's go on 95. That's the wrong one. I wanted 95. From 695 to DC. And we're down by, it looks like we're down by 212. So we're south of 200. Let's look at the 212 camera. Absolutely nothing happening. Not even windy. This is 212 and 95. That's right here where the rotation should be in this tornado warning. So it's showing the rotation right here, and it's sunny there. So I'm not worried about this tornado warning, but please take it seriously if you're in this tornado warning in Laurel, Odenton, Fort Meade. This can spin back up, or it can be a very small, very weak tornado that can still cause damage and knock tree limbs out onto homes. If you've got big trees over your home or business, get somewhere where it's sturdy and safe just to be sure until this passes. We don't want any injuries. We don't want any problems. Down here, Fort Washington, this thing is still looking pretty good. Not much lightning with it. It's showing a lot of rotation. But still not showing any debris. Well, it's still showing a little debris right there. Looks like as it crossed Marshall Hall Road in that area here, it probably did some damage here. Poplar Hill Road, Bryan Point, Hidden Valley Road. It looks like it picked up a bunch of trees through here. Cactus Hill area, Piscataway Park. As it's moving along, so it threw some stuff up in the sky as it moved right through there. On the Marshall Hall Road out to the point there, River Road area, right off the side of the river there. And that's exactly where the rotation went. So we've still got a broad rotation here. It's right over Piscataway Creek to Calvert Manor area. It's riding along the Indian Highway, Route 210 there. It's riding right along it to the northeast. Going to pass through Calvert Manor, Piscataway Estates, and just east of Fort Washington, or right in the south side of Fort Washington, I should say, like Fort Washington Forest, Warburton Manor area. So if you're in this tornado warning, take cover. This one is more pronounced and more serious. It looks like it did some damage, threw some stuff in the sky, and it may put itself back down again. Double checking for more. We still got this rotation going on over here in Virginia, but it's very broad now, very loose, but high winds. it's still showing 50, 60 plus mile an hour winds possible with this. But it's broadened out a lot, and it's not really rotating anymore. It's more or less turned into a downburst. And it may be throwing out big hail, throwing out big winds in front of it. So that can happen sometimes where it just gusts out and blows everything out ahead of it. So Middleburg, Rectortown, Bull Run Mountain Estates, and everybody else in this Virginia tornado warning, take cover. It's heading towards Ashburn, Leesburg, and Sterling, but I doubt if it'll make it. Most of these are moving very slow. It's starting to show a little bit of rotation in the Laurel tornado warning. Looks like we are about over Calverton and Route 200. I'm not seeing anything at 212 and 95. Let's change cameras. Let's look at the Route 200 cameras. They're pretty new. On the ICC, we've got better cameras. So let's try, where are we at? We're past 29 now, we're over by 95, 295. A lot of cameras on there too. That's inside the tunnel. Old Mill Run, it's just raining and roads are wet. Metro access area, no wind at all. So this storm with the tornado warning on it is out of an abundance of caution. The sky may be swirling around, but it does not look like it's doing anything on the ground. But you never know. It's hard to tell in our area, so always take it seriously. Looks like it may have had a little bit of a debris blowing up here and there, but that could be hail as well. Right there by Colesville. May have received a little damage in the trees here, like Sherwood Forest area, north of Randolph Road and south of 200. See that? Right there is a little bit of a debris signature, unless it's just noise. It's hard to tell with these. Maryland tornadoes are so weak, they don't really give you a debris signature very well, but that does show something right there in the center of that storm. So that's not a very good sign. I'm trying to stop the frame right there. It could just be hail noise or winds blowing up stuff. Now, down here, back to Fort Washington, we do get a good bit of debris going earlier on the storm right through here as it crossed Marshall Hall Road, so this one's the most concerning for me. Look at the velocity again, and you can see it's broadening out, but it's still showing a couplet right here, right over the creek. And it seems to be falling apart now, but it may be transferring its energy to the other side of the river. See, we got a little bit of weirdness going on over here, over by Mount Vernon, Fort Hunt, on the west side of the river. And sometimes a tornado can transfer its energy further in because the rain gets wrapped and chokes it off. And then the hail core will dump out again, and it can dump out and cause another small rotation forming. And when you see the winds blow off in the distance like that, that's unusual. So it could just be a microburst or downburst coming off the side of the storm, or even debris at this point. It looked like it picked up debris right around that time. Marshall Hall Road. Right here is the best couplet. Right as it crosses Marshall Hall Road, you've got that bright blue just north of Homonkey Landing. So right here, Pamunkey Landing, it comes up through here, and then right there it gets a nice bright couplet, and that's a nice valley right there too, off the river. So let's stop it one more time. Right there. Now it's up here, and the wind speeds are slow, but they've just readjusted the tornado warning further north. So it had faster wind speeds if it was further south. It's not very organized now, but just out of an abundance of caution, the NWS is always going to make sure everybody's as safe as possible. Now they've warned severe thunderstorm warning on this side where the it looks like a big downburst or microburst has shot off to the west towards Alexandria and Woodlawn there. If we put this back in motion, now we got another tornado warning south, King George, Dahlgren in Virginia, but this is headed towards the Budds Creek area where the racetracks are. So we need to keep an eye on this one too. This could cross the river. Good rotation right there. Small, weak. This is only probably EF0 tornadoes at best. Now we've got one up here. There's not much to that one. This is in between Berkeley Springs and Martinsburg on Route 9. Well, south of Route 9. This is a Sleepy Creek wildlife area. I know this area well. That's running up the ridge line right there. So there's absolutely nobody living there in the middle of the ridge, but on there's big buildings on the right side, big buildings on the left side down 13. And then Hillbilly Heaven is right up here on this bend. One of the best bars in the area. So we've got areas of rotation everywhere, but these are all very weak. This guy here is pretty much dissipated north of 66 now towards Middleburg and Dover, Watson area. Headed up towards Lansdowne and Ashburn, Leesburg, Sterling. Not much going on with that. This has got a new rotation that's not warned yet below that. Right here, look at that. And that's now been tornado warned right below. I caught that just as they caught it right there. That's a good bit of rotation there, about 60, 70 mile an hour winds. And that one could be a problem. Let's look at correlation coefficient at all of these again. That tells us if there is debris. Put that in motion. Back off a little bit. So we've got a lot of little spin ups. They've let that one expire to the north. That was headed towards Middleburg and Leesburg. And this new one here is not putting anything down, but it is very pronounced, and it's about to cross in the Little Georgetown area, Broad Run area of Route 66, and I don't think there's any cameras in that area. I'll double check. Damn it. There's not many cameras on 66. No, there's nothing down there. I didn't think so. So not much coverage in that area. Bull Run Mountain. I think the closest is probably Haymarket. the interchange there at 15. But we might be able to see something on that. Oh yeah, look at that. That's that storm. We're looking west down Route 66 at this tornado warned storm here. So here we are at Haymarket. This camera's at Haymarket, and we have a tornado happening on the camera. You can see it right there. Let me blow that up for you. So this is a serious tornado. If you are on 66, pull over. This tornado is coming fast. You can see it right there. Look at that. That's a tornado moving in right there, crossing the road. It's north of 66 now. So this rotation right here we're watching. Little Georgetown area, headed towards, it looks like, Thousand Oaks Drive, Gaines Road, Broad Run, Antioch Road, Burke Meadows, Antioch. This is definitely a tornado coming at you. It's got a good amount of rotation on the radar, 60-70 miles an hour up in the sky. You can see it right here on this camera, rotating and moving. That is a very low extended wall cloud. So get the cover if you're in this tornado warning in Virginia, south of Dulles, south of Sterling, south riding. Now let's go back to Laurel. We're looking at Laurel radar. It's got a little bit of rotation as it's crossing 95. Let's go to that camera. Not seeing much happening there. We are at 95 and West Laurel and 198. Let me pull that camera up real quick. But if you are in Virginia, south of, or just north of Route 66 towards Sterling, get below ground if you can. That is a serious rotation going on out there. So we're on 95. Whoops, missed. There we go. Losing my voice again. I'm going to go down to, we are at 198, 95 at 198. And we do have some heavy rain and some dark clouds moving in on that camera. Let me put this down. This is off camera now. There are no other cameras to view that with on the Virginia storm. Now let's pull this camera up. This is 95 at 98, 198 in Laurel area. You can see this is where the rotation is. We're looking right at it, off to the right here, but I don't see anything happening besides heavy rain. Let's look at 212. Nothing. Patuxent River. The next camera north and south. Very heavy rain. Heavy enough that even truckers are putting their lights on, and people are slowing down on 95. So either way, this is a traffic hazard at this point. And at 198, looks like it's between 198 and Brooklyn Bridge Road. Yeah, probably West Laurel Acres. Along Bond Mill Road, Walker Hill is where this rotation would be. If it's happening, it is picking up strength a little bit. Headed towards Savage, north of Fort Meade, I should say. It's north of 198. It's right here. You can see it's blowing up right here. Very weak rotation, but it's pronounced. There is something to it. So definitely take cover if you're in this tornado warning. It's not a joke ever to take always seriously these storms. It's south of Burtonsville, right in West Laurel, and it looks like it's moving more north, like along 95 instead of across 95, up towards like Skaggsville and the 32 interchange. Still radar indicated. Nobody has seen anything or reported it. Crossing through West Laurel Acres, New Birmingham Manor, right down there by Tubby's Diner and Liquors. Saddle Creek is passed through already. West Laurel Acres, McKay Hill Estates, Hillsboro, Walker Hill, everybody that's on the west side of 95, Bond Mill Road, north of Sandy Spring Road almost now. It's approaching Sandy Hill, or Sandy Spring Road, and Bond Mill Road area. And the sky's getting lighter, so still not much wind on this. Let's look at the next camera along 95 here. To the north. It's headed north along 95, so very heavy rain at 216. At the Welcome Center, it's like grayed out completely. Look at that. So heavy rains up ahead of this. This tornado would likely be rain wrapped, and you wouldn't be able to see it. So that's the north camera, and this other one is looking north on the northbound side. So that might just be a difference in the camera quality, which happens. Some of them are a lot older than others. Down at 216, it's raining pretty hard. That's a better camera. But it's got a pronounced rotation, but a very weak one. It's still only showing like radar indicated and very weak rotation on that. So I'm still not too worried about that because these winds aren't whipping around it, and that is close enough to 95 to where it would be showing something. So it's in between 29 and 95. Let's look on the 29 cams, if there are any. Oops, shouldn't have done that. Let me get rid of this. Oh, this fucking fly. Camera. 29. Between 70 and DC. So we are looking at probably what? We're still down by 198. And they've changed it. If you look, they've changed it. The new rotation, as I was saying, it was traveling more north now. Up 95 along the side of 95, and they've changed the new warning to be angled north towards Ellicott City and right up between 95 and 29, like I just said, instead of towards Fort Meade now. So this older warning will expire, and the newer warning will track this further north. And we are looking at right at 216 and 29. Wow. Look at that. That's heavy rain. Heaviest rain I've seen on the camera here. Looking south, not as bad. So, not 100% sure this is actually doing anything, but if it's rain wrapped, that's probably what it would look like on this second camera here. If that was a rain wrapped tornado, that's what it would look like while you're in it. Just the rain would be going left to right instead of down. So, not a lot happening wind-wise there. Let's look north from... Oh, we can't. Let's move north towards 32. Just rain. So, still not real concerned. This camera is definitely showing it very dark, very heavy rain, but there's like no wind at all. The trees are not moving. The trees will be whipping back and forth if it was 50, 60 mile an hour winds. So it's a very small area if it is doing anything, and it keeps flaring up and going away, flaring up and going away, which is typical of a Maryland tornado warning. A lot of times we don't get anything out of them. It just shows rotation in the sky. Let's move back down here where this tornado is definitely active again, and it's in between the DC radar and Andrews radar. Andrews is off right now. We can't access it. But we've got the DCA radar, which is very close, so we can tell what's going on the ground much better, because this is looking a lot lower in the sky than the other camera. I mean the other radar. So let me put this down. You can see DCA right here. And then we've got the tornado warning down here, two of them next to each other because it's kind of moving crazy. It's moving towards Route 9 and 301, Clinton Acres, Blandford Village, Heatherwick, and it's actually moving more east than north now. So Cheltenham, Surratt's Road, and Gwynn Park area along 301, where the split is. Dyson Road splits off. And then Route 9, which is, what's that, Branch Avenue? Oh yeah, it's right there, Branch Avenue. In Clinton Acres area, this is all broad rotation, but it's lower in the sky, and that's a very good rotation, as you can see it on the airport radar. Look at that thing spin. Right there, look at that. Spinning pretty good in the sky, broadly. So Brandywine is kind of out of the picture. Knock it off. There we go. So this is a pretty pronounced tornado because this is a lot closer. This radar at the airport here can see this very clearly and very much lower in the sky than we can normally see. I don't have a correlation coefficient on this radar though, but you can see it in the sky rotating. Look at that, frame after frame. Definitely a big broad rotation. It's getting really dark over there on the camera at the top where on 29 in the middle of Patuxent River, 29 north, but there's still no wind. So the rotation that's down here in Virginia that was headed towards the Budds Creek area is still very broad, and it's still there. This might flare back up in a minute as it crosses the river. That warm, flat water tends to help tornadoes reform or form. The other tornado warnings have dropped off. We're still looking at Columbia. Very broad rotation moving in that direction. but I'm not seeing a whole lot of concerning stuff going on here with either of these. This is a very broad, slow rotation. These wind speeds are under 60 miles an hour, honestly, up in the sky. Now let's look at the BWI radar, because that's a little better view and we're a lot closer. Base velocity will show us what's happening closer to the ground from BWI. And you can see the clouds are definitely kind of rotating in this area right here. And move it up so you can see it as it forms. So this storm changed direction almost completely. It was headed right towards Fort Meade. Now it's headed right up between 29 and 95. And if it has any rotation, it's not very well formed at this point. Now there's definitely some serious flooding going on Route 29 and 95 with this storm. Heavy rainfall. You can see on the camera actually the cars splashing out on 29 as they get right through there. So that's really the biggest concern here. Look at these cars as they come up 29. They're getting into this flooded roads. See the big splashes coming off up there? It's almost stalling them out. People are starting to stop in the middle of the road. There's going to be an accident here. This happens this is why I hate this camera. It's really bad flooding on 29. We should probably have a flash flood warning on this cell as well, because the roads and the amount of rain coming out of this storm is unbelievable. Roads are being flooded out. Can't really zoom in anymore. Right up in here. Now let's try the other direction. Might show it a little better. That camera's horrible. Can't see anything with it. Same thing, Broken Land Parkway. 29 has a lot of spots where it gets flooded, so it's a dangerous road to drive on, but so is 95. It's two bad options. But we are up in this tornado warning now. Really nothing happening here, so let's move along. It looks like it's kind of blowing out. This one down here is still concerning me. Let's go back to the DC radar. You can see a big bow echo starting to set up as the storm accelerates, but it's spinning out as well. So there's a little bit of a boundary happening as these storms whip out. Let's go to the main radar. There's another tornado warning down here. That's headed towards southern Maryland, tip of southern Maryland, St. Mary's County. We've got the Columbia headed north, but it's kind of blown out. There's not much left of it. Also, if you're in the southern Maryland area along 301, Rosaryville, Fort Washington area, those tornado warnings are also starting to blow out and lose their power and lose their integrity. Let's check them one more time. So this was more pronounced right there around Blandford Village, and then it had a secondary rotation, but they're both radar indicated and they're both falling apart now. They've let that one expire, and now we only have the, let's see, Marlton, Croom, Landtree, Cheltenham along 301, And there is not much rotation in this either. This is turning into a windbag or high wind event where it's blowing 50 to 60 mile an hour winds to the northeast up 301. So not really a rotation left there. They'll let this expire any minute. Let's double check on using the BWI closest radar. A little bit of rotation up here on the top end, and another rotation formed back down here where the first one was. So back down to south of 216, north of 198, we've got a little bit of a couplet. And let me put this camera down where this camera is located. So we're still watching this one. Very broad, weak rotation, but take it seriously because it's still wrapped up. You can see kind of something happening here. And then there's a new rotation trying to form up here towards Columbia, which is the original beginning. And it's basically these storms are just bubbling up as they move north and east. So let's move up 29 towards Columbia more. 29 and 100 on this camera is fine. 70 and 29 is not even raining. Storm hasn't got there yet. Broken Land Parkway and 29, it's not bad. But there's some dark clouds definitely. Look the other direction there, and it's raining a little harder. And I don't like how traffic stopped on the other side of the road there. There might be something accident where that water was going on. That's flooding. 29 gets some bad flooding on it sometimes. Nothing there. Patuxent River. Looks like traffic stopped or stopping because this is flooded out. This is where we were watching this earlier. Cars were hitting this water and going careening. So there may be an accident in this area. Check your Google Maps or your Waze traffic app if you're running up 29 or 95 where the storm just passed through. It's got intense heavy rain, as you can see on this camera on the top left. Incredibly heavy rain, and it looks like there may be cars having trouble driving more than 20 miles an hour. A lot of flashers on. This is 216 and 29, that camera, and it is dark. Good Lord, that's exactly where that tornado might be happening right now. So this is wrapped up. Let me show you what I mean by wrapped up with the pen. These winds are coming in like this. These winds are wrapping in like this. So right at 216, Lashir Village, Tower Acres area, west of 95, but east of 29, in between 29 and 95 on 216. This camera is showing extremely dark. This could be a rain-wrapped tornado happening right here, and if not, it's the core of the storm, and it's raining so hard people cannot see to drive. It's incredibly dark. Everybody's just poking along at 10-15 miles an hour because they can't see, and the rain is so heavy it's causing them to crawl along. But yeah, Denise, I haven't heard of anything either, but that Upper Marlboro storm is not rotating as much. This storm is still rotating very broadly, but it's putting out an incredible amount of rain. Skaggsville to North Laurel area, West Laurel area, and then up towards 32. So that square between 216, 95, 32, and 29 is where this is happening. And you can see on this camera, let me pull this up and show this to you guys. Look at that camera. That's just incredible amounts of rain. I've never seen a camera that dark and wicked looking before. Have you? And these cars are going about 15 miles an hour because they cannot see where they're going. and the camera's starting to shake a little bit. So this could be a tornado happening in the Skaggsville, Emerson, Lashire Village area, Dickinson, King's Contrivance, Huntington, up towards Patuxent Parkway, Route 32, to Guilford, Hopewell, Donley area. This is moving right up along the west side of 95 and the east side of 29, and this is really starting to shake the camera, so this worries me. If this isn't a tornado, this is definitely a heavily rain-wrapped core, and we've got some strong winds with it. And it's moving towards Columbia, Hanover, up 95 north. Let me double check the other tornado warning. Let me put this camera back down. It's starting to lighten up already. So whatever it was, it's past. You can start to see better on the camera. So I'm going to put that camera down. We'll put this back up here and keep an eye on that. But I want to check on these other storms. Big, broad, severe thunderstorm warning for this line headed towards Frederick and Hagerstown. And that could spin up at any time. We've got this cell, very dark cell down here, just on the Virginia side of the Potomac River, south of Colonial Beach, in the Mount Holly area, Montrose, Carey's Corner. This is headed towards St. Mary's, the airport, the Point, Park Hall, Callaway, Lexington Park South, Tall Timbers, St. Mary's proper, Potomac Shores, Valley Lee. So this could cross the river. We'll keep an eye on that one, but I want to double check on this Upper Marlboro and Southern Maryland storm now, because this storm is starting to get wrapped up a little bit again. I just want to double check it because they extended it. So we've still got that S bend happening, pronounced S. This could still be a rotating tornado producing storm at any time, because these things pulse up and down in strength. And it does look like it crossed 301 in the Rosaryville, Marlton area, and it's starting to wrap itself back up again. So you've got a tornado warning. Definitely take shelter. This is a slow moving storm. Still radar indicated. Moving at 25 miles an hour, so very slow. If it was coming at you, you wouldn't be able to tell it was moving if you saw it. So yeah, it's starting to get that S bend again. And what I mean by an S bend is the way the inflow works. The winds wrap in like this, and then these winds are wrapping in like this behind. So you've got an interaction area somewhere in this region, just to the east, northeast of Marlton, Croom, and south of Marlboro Village, and it's moving off towards Lothian. And Lothian is one of those areas that also gets a lot of tornado warnings. So this area is prone to that kind of activity. So the base velocity, it shows it's starting to get a kink in it, a little notch. And that could be where the tornado is happening. Let's go to the big radar, see what Sterling's radar looks like. And again, as an S bend, what you're seeing here is indicating that there's rotation in this cell that's pulling it up in a strange way to get that circulation right here. Now we've got a new tornado warning just to the south. Charlotte Hall, south of La Plata, south of Bella Alton, along 301, north of Newburgh. And see what happened? It crossed the river like I said it would, and now it's in that area, rotating hard. So we are in the Lothair Station, Faulkner, about to cross 301, Paper Creek area, north of Newburgh. This is a pretty pronounced rotation compared to the others. This is a much more pronounced, more obvious possible tornado. When it gets across that river, and over top of that river, I mean, that warm river water, all flat and smooth, it tends to, and the bay can do the same thing. You've got this very small but tight rotation here, like this, and like this, and this is the couplet area, interaction area. So you can see these special marine warning on the water, and then the tornado watch is in the Budds Creek area. Budds Creek Road, Comico Ridge, Penns Hill Road, Lothair Station, Faulkner Road, south, headed towards Burkwood Estates, Amy's Acres, the plains up towards Dubois Park. But it's moving very slow, but it's very pronounced. This is probably going to end up actually putting something down. When they tighten up this tight, even though it's weak and it's only showing 60 mile an hour or less winds. It's south of Tobacco Village, south of La Plata, and it's moving off towards Charlotte Hall. This guy here, down here, is about to cross the river. We're south of Colonial Beach now, crossing the Potomac towards Piney Point. It's in the Narrow Beach, Carey's Corner area, Mount Holly, and it's going to cross the river down there where it's wide, and it's heading towards the Piney Point, St. George Island area, Tall Timbers, Drayton, Bluestone Estates, all these areas along the river, and up in Cedar Landing, St. Mary's Estates. I don't think it'll get very far inland, but next in line would be St. James, 3 Notch Road, south of St. James, really, Dameron, and then the naval field out there at Webster. But it's slow moving also. This is only moving at 20 miles an hour. This storm is very pronounced in the Budds Creek area, MIR and Budds Creek racetrack area. Down there, Lothair Station, Faulkner, Bella Alton. Still radar indicated, but that's a very pronounced couplet. Very tight rotation on that storm. Moving back north, this storm is starting to spin back up again. Iron Pot Landing, just south of Upper Marlboro, and it's headed out towards like the Cannon Club, Lothian area. So Glendenning Nature Preserve, Jug Bay Wetlands, and out along Route 4 there, Stephanie Roper Highway. Boone's Mobile Estates, that's a big concern. It's headed right for you. If you're in Boone's Mobile Estates, get out of your trailer just to be sure. If you guys can get somewhere else, do it now before it gets there, because it's moving slow, 20-25 miles an hour. It's on the south side of Upper Marlboro, headed north towards Lothian Woods, West River area, and up towards the Route 2 area, towards Shadyside and Lothian, Beverly Beach type. But it's very slow, but it's got a good rotation going on it. So these storms, Thorpe, Hanover, Ellicott City, the storm's putting out a lot of rain. Back to the tornado warnings. We don't have anything in Western Maryland going on. There's still flooding out in Morgantown, There's nothing behind these cells, but these cells are spinning up small rotations, slow moving rotations. Tornado warning for the Budds Creek area, Dentsville, and the plains would be next. This storm is moving very slow. It's barely got on shore. And that's a good thing because that gives it time to slow down. But it's just north of Budds Creek off of 301. If we zoom in tight, we can see the rotation here. Cross 301, right around Faulkner, Lothair Station, Faulkner Road area. And as it crosses 301, it's headed towards the Penns Hill Road, Burkwood Estates, Huntley Estates, Gilbert Acres, Wacomico Ridge area. So Newport, Wacomico Ridge, Wacomico, Norwood, the Plains neighborhoods, Deer Park, Amy's Acres. It's moving to you slowly, but it's a very pronounced rotation. And it's starting to broaden out a little bit, but what I'm hoping is as it gets over the land, it'll start breaking up like the other ones did. But it's just that river is, what is the water temperature now? Probably 72 degrees. And then we've got down here Montrose, Mount Holly, the Hague. That's not the Hague that you hear about on the news. That's a different one. Carey's Corner, Narrow Beach, Coles Point. And the storm is starting to move out over to the river. When this storm gets over the river, it's probably going to flare back up and move into St. Mary's County around Piney Point, Tall Timbers, and St. George's Island. So keep an eye on that. Keep your eyes out over the river and see if you see anything coming, because there's no cameras in this area to look for what's happening. But that's a tight rotation, slow moving, 20 miles an hour to the northeast. We've still got severe thunderstorm warnings along the Potomac River, Maryland-Virginia border, from all the way up Berkeley Springs down towards Washington, D.C., in the Sterling and Leesburg area. But this is straight line. It's getting a little bit of a kink in it around the Harper's Ferry area towards Frederick, but I'm not concerned. It may, as it rides these ridges, it'll get these wavy lines in it. So I'm not really that concerned about a S-kink happening here. It's the south side of these storms that are having the big problem. We're still looking at, and let's look with the smaller radar now at these rotations in Prince George's and Anne Arundel County. Yeah, this one's getting more pronounced. So Upper Marlboro in the area of Wason Corner, Lothian Woods, Lothian, Iron Pot Landing. You've got a pretty pronounced couplet going on here. It's crossing Route 4 as we speak to the east of 301 towards Route 2. So this is in that Wason's Corner area, Bristol area, down around Glendenning Nature Preserve, Plummer's Lane, and Patuxent Mobile Homes. If you're in there, please get the cover. Boone's Mobile Estates. There's a lot of mobile homes in this area. I don't like how many there are. So Adventure Bound of DC, Mount Zion, Marble Road, Fox Chapel area. This is headed towards you. It's in the Patuxent River area now, in between the Patuxent River and the Southern Maryland Boulevard area. So please take this tornado warning seriously. The older one just expired over Rosaryville, Cheltenham, and Landtree areas. Further down 301, you guys are out of the woods. Now we're looking at Wason's Corner, north to Lothian, and all those mobile homes in here, in those areas north of Route 4 and Stephanie Roper Highway and Southern Maryland Boulevard area. So there's no cameras in this area, but if you're in the Boone's Mobile Estates, Fox Chapel, Patuxent Mobile Homes area, along Mount Zion, Marble Road, Wason's Corner area, back there like Wason's Trailer Park. There's a ton of mobile homes in these areas. And it worries me a lot that there's a tornado coming that way, and there is pronounced rotation, so please take cover. These tornadoes are very slow moving. They're not in Delaware or anywhere near Delaware. We're still on the western side of the bay. We don't have any tornado warnings anywhere else besides southern Maryland right now, and northeast Virginia, almost into St. Mary's County. So these are slow moving, 20-25 miles per hour, but these storms are also putting out very heavy rain. There's flash flood warning from Columbia down towards Silver Spring along 95 and 29. And we have severe thunderstorm warnings for Hagerstown, Frederick, down the 270 corridor towards Sterling and Leesburg. Let's flip that up real quick and take a look at these. So these storms, and they have canceled a lot of the tornado watch in western Maryland and West Virginia Panhandle, and along the Shenandoah Valley along 81, and in southern Virginia west of Richmond, as you can see on the map here. This was all lit up red earlier, and they've taken that off. So this line here is the main line of concern, as it's wrapped around this big low pressure moving northeast, and that's what's causing these tornadoes. And they're very small, very weak tornadoes, but you got to take them seriously. Now let's put the velocity back up to show us the rotations. And you can see the storm rotating. This one's pretty weak now, but it's still got a good couplet on this radar. But this is the big radar from all the way over on the other side of DC. If we go to the DCA airport radar and zoom in with the velocity, we can see a lot better detail and a lot lower in the sky. And what we're seeing is a inflow notch right here, indicating that there may be a tornado rotation happening right in the Wason's Corner area right now. Glendenning Nature Preserve, Wrighton Road, Leon area. We're talking east of the Patuxent River, but still west of Route 4 and Southern Maryland Boulevard. Still moving towards the Boone's Mobile Estates, more directly towards Boone's Mobile Estates and Patuxent Mobile Homes area. Pondview Acres, Winding Brook, your guys' area is next. Rustic Knolls and Lothian Woods. We are also looking at like the Cannon Club down along Green Rock Road in Portland Manor. Lothian proper along Route 2, Tracy's Meadows to Hunt Valley Estates, and up towards West River is where this rotation is headed. It's very broad, and it does look like it's breaking up, but definitely take this seriously. It could be putting a tornado on the ground still. It doesn't take much to cause damage with this storm. Moving south, this storm is probably going to lose its rotation soon. Let's change back to the Sterling radar. The storm is pretty broken up, and they're very small storms too. They're not very big, but they're slow moving. So Dentsville, we're north and east of 301 now. We're looking at Dentsville and Amberley Farms area along Charles Street there. North of Deer Park area, Hoosick Estates, Thomas Manor area, and then north to Calvert's Run Court, Wheatley Road area, Grosstown, Oliver Shop Road, Amberley Farms. It's moving that way slowly at 20-25 miles an hour. It's basically going to ride right up Oliver Shop Road and either side, Sunnyside, Kindy Hook, Serenity Woods, Bell Ridge Farms, you guys are all at risk. So from Keach Road over to Grosstown Road along Oliver's Shop Road, everybody should be taking cover in this tornado warning. Carico Mill Estates, also towards the swamp, Ridgeview, and this is headed towards the Route 5, what is that, north of Charlotte Hall now. We're looking at Hughesville, Bryantown Estates, Edelin Estates, Bryantown proper, Hughesville Manor, Walnut Hills, along that part of Route 5. It's moving very slow, 20-25 miles an hour, but it's making way basically right up Oliver Shop Road at this point. It's almost in Amberley Farms now, Densville area. It's very broad rotation. It may not be doing anything, but you have to take it seriously. We're looking back at Upper Marlboro again. The Wason's Corner, it looks like its rotation is getting right around Route 4 now. So you're still at Boone's Mobile Estates. This is almost on top of you. If you haven't gotten somewhere safe, get there now. It's coming quickly. So we are crossing Stephanie Roper Highway, Route 4 now, around the Plumbers Lane area, and headed towards Boone's Mobile Estates directly. So anybody in Boone's Mobile Estates, you know, the roads in there are like Keith Road, Dulce Avenue, Boone's Drive, Welch Way, Edwards Lane, Rips Drive, Burst Drive. It's coming at you right now. Get the cover immediately. Mount Zion Road, Shepherd's Property area, Green Rock Road, north of Green Rock Road is where this thing is moving, and it's moving towards Lothian, Lothian's Woods, Winding Brook area. And there's probably heavy rain wrapped around it. You're not going to be able to see it coming, so don't even bother trying. Just get somewhere safe. You know, if you're over in Patuxent Mobile Homes, if you're over by Adventure Bound on Mount Zion, Marlborough Road, Fox Chapel area, Pondview Acres, Winding Brook, there's a lot of mobile homes in this area, and everybody needs to get somewhere safe. This can roll you right out of here. There's nothing happening in East Baltimore. There's no Baltimore area tornado warning anymore. This is headed out towards the bay, towards Annapolis. Well, south of Annapolis, really. This tornado would be headed more towards Kent Island if it was to cross the bay. But it's moving very slow, and it's barely rotating at this point. There's not much of a signature there at all. But we have to take it seriously, especially in a mobile home. Now, south of there, Charlotte Hall area, just north of Charlotte Hall, Mechanicsville towards Waldorf, along Route 5, you have a tornado warning. And that rotation is still moving towards Ridgeview, Kindy Hook, Carico Mill Estates, and Hughesville, Bryantown area, Walnut Hills, Patuxent Road, Indian Creek Estates. Everybody in this area needs to take cover. Further south, about to cross the river, we'll see if this one winds up or not. It's got a very broad, weak rotation, but it's just about over the river now. Narrow Beach, Coles Point, Ragged Point Beach area. So if you are Sandyland Beach, Potomac Shores, Tall Timbers, Piney Point, the Take It Easy Campground, Salem State Forest area, Callaway, Great Mills area down there along Chingville and Valley Lee, Fulton Road, Drayton, Portobello, everywhere from the creek north to Breton Beach, Leonardtown, should be aware that there is a tornado across the river moving northeast towards Lexington Park and may cross through there. So far, there's no other tornado warnings besides just these very small tornado warned areas headed towards Lothian from Upper Marlboro, and that's a very weak rotation now. Let's take a look. A little better, closer radar, and it's very broad. It's up towards Lothian Woods now. It would have moved through the Boone's Mobile Estates already, past the Cannon Club into Lothian Woods, towards Lothian, Hunt Valley Estates, south of Anne Arundel Manor, and Bayard Road, north of Lothian. Also north of Lothian on Route 2, like Sudley's Choice, Castle Acres, West River area, Hunt Valley Estates, Harwood. It's headed that way, but it looks like it's broadened out a lot. And actually they just canceled that tornado warning, so if you are in the Anne Arundel, Upper Marlboro area, Tracy's Landing north, that tornado warning has just been canceled, and there's nothing left of that rotation. This one down here in the Charlotte Hall area is also broadening out south of Waldorf. So between Waldorf and Charlotte Hall, that tornado will likely be canceled any minute. It's only got 3 minutes left, and there's no rotation left on that one. So we're in good shape there. You've got 3 minutes left. Just ride it out and wait, see what happens. But it's in between Bryantown and Dentsville now, and there's no rotation showing at all. Once that one cancels in 3 minutes, the only one left will be down here at the Potomac River in St. Mary's County. They just let that tornado warning drop off, and as we go later into the evening, these tornado warnings will stop because the sky is not as volatile. So I doubt these will even make it over towards the Delmarva Peninsula, Delaware. We've got some strong storms with severe thunderstorm warnings in Annapolis still, and that's showing a special marine warning as well. So if you're in a boat down there in the Annapolis area, it's going to be a rough ride. And the storm is still broadly rotating, but they're putting out a lot of rain. It could have hail, and we could still get a tornado warning spin back up out of any of these cells. As I was showing you before, flash flood warning right on the cameras live, and then the NWS added it. Now we've got a report of flooding in Howard County by a train spotter, 6 inches of flowing water over Old Columbia and Guilford Road. And there's a lot of that going on. At 29 and 216, you can see it's still pouring, raining its butt off down there. So everywhere along 95 south, from Hanover over to 29 in Columbia, and then south along 32, south along 95, south towards Skaggsville, Laurel, DC, Calverton, Beltsville. This has been inundated with heavy rains, and from Laurel north 95 and 29 has been flooded out. There's a flash flood warning. The severe thunderstorm warnings, a little bit of lightning, not a whole lot of lightning going on in the Hagerstown area. You're going to get some lightning, but it's not that bad. There's some strong winds. The winds are going to flip direction as they come through. That's where the reds and blues are, but they're only about, it looks like in the sky, about 40 or 50 miles an hour. So this is precautionary more than anything. There could be hail cores in here. There might be some small rotation in the Hagerstown area, but they've let a lot of that drop off already. And as these storms advance further north, and the later the clock starts ticking off towards midnight, the less volatile the storms will be because there's less energy for them. We've got another severe thunderstorm warning, and let's go back to the reflectivity. No tornado warnings now except for the Virginia side still for a few minutes of the Potomac River. That cell that I was talking about still has 15 minutes although the cell is actually out of the area. So not a lot of rotation going on there, but it's out over the water now. You can see it rotating here towards St. Mary's, Tall Timbers area, Piney Point. So it may reorganize any second here as it gets over this nice warm 72, 73 degree water. It may re-energize that tornado circulation, and we might get another tornado warning in St. Mary's. We need to keep an eye on that. But other than that, the rest of the tornado warnings have expired. I don't foresee any new ones forming. Now, if we put this in 30 frames, we're going backwards 30 frames to start out. You can see these tornado rotations. Here's one as it crossed the river. Well, that might be a new one, actually. Nope, it was frozen, that's all. And what's happening is that cold air is being pushed down by that rotation of the big storm. Let me show you what I mean. This low pressure area is quite impressive and powerful. Whoops, I clicked the wrong thing twice. There we go. Look at that thing. This is like a land hurricane. Sarah Angel, you're fine. It's almost past you, and it'll be done and gone before you get off work, probably. So you can see this big, wide line of storms here is being caused by this low pressure system. I can turn that on as well. Put the surface fronts on it so you can see what I'm talking about. And that's what's powering these storms. So the big red L, that's a low pressure system. It's a cyclonic storm, just like a hurricane or a tropical storm, but it's over land. And you can see it's wrapping up the rain and causing this big band of storms, just like if it was a hurricane out over the water. It's pretty amazing to see it going so strong. So let me show you what I mean. So this is the front that's being pulled around by this low pressure. And on the back side of this, the cold air is being pulled down below it. So it's like a giant tornado, more or less. And it's got that rotation really tightening up all around it. You can see the storms moving around. And the center is actually about over here. So at this point, this red L should actually be about right here, because that's where the center of the rotation is, if you watch the clouds as they move. And it's headed northeast along the mountains in that direction. As it's moving, it's pulling all this power up around it of that hot southern air is being dragged along on the warm side. And then on the cold side, it's pulling the air down from the Great Lakes area. Let me get rid of this. And you can see these bands coming in. So it's just a big, giant, same thing that happens when you pull your drain in your bathtub and you see your little swirly going around as the water goes down. Or as you see a hurricane that looks like a saw blade, right? A circular saw blade. The same thing's happening here. So these storms are headed this direction, as it wraps around it. And then on the cold side, this is called the warm side, and then if it was a hurricane or a tropical storm, they call this area the dirty side, where all these tornadoes are happening from the east to the northeast quadrant. If you're thinking of it as a clock, from 12 o'clock straight up to about 6 o'clock on the south side, you would have 2, 3, 4, 5 all showing storms, because that's the warm side, and it's pulling those storms up from the south to the north. Meanwhile, the cold side is pulling cold air down behind it, and these storms are headed this direction. While these storms wrap around it this way. So it's no different than a tornado, it's no different than a hurricane, it's no different than the bathtub drain when you pull the plug. The same thing is happening. Coriolis effect. That low pressure center, whatever's causing that low pressure storm, and they don't really know for sure what causes that, it's just differences in the hot and cold air pressure. And what's happening is there's a low pressure, barometric pressure there, and the high pressure all around it is trying to even it out. Well, it spins as it swirls into the center to even out. And as that swirls in, the changes in the ground levels and the changes in the atmospheric conditions squeeze the rain out and cause storms. But you can see that thing really rotating right over Cumberland right now, really. That L should be over here. Look at that. That's a tight circulation for over the land. And that's what's powering these systems. So we have no tornado warnings now. We have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, but they're not producing any hail, and they're not producing a whole lot of lightning. Let's go back to single site radar and see more detail. So this radar can only see out 250 miles, so we're not going to get the big picture. We can't see past the mountains very well either, because the mountains are 3, 4, 5,000 feet tall, and the radar is only a couple hundred feet above sea level over by Dulles Airport. But it sees very well for what we do. So this tornado warning will start dropping off soon. I mean, this tornado watch, I should say. And as these storms get further north, it gets colder and colder. And the temperatures are dropping also because it's been raining. We had another system move through before, and there's rain formed out ahead of the main line. That all helps take the bite out of these storm systems. But let's double check the high-res velocity for any rotations. Put it in motion. We had this rotation down here, and now it's falling apart, and now it's gone. That's the current radar. This is 21 frames back, so we're starting over an hour ago. 7:45 is when that came off the river, and it was only moving 20 miles an hour and fell apart. Same thing down here. This rotation got over the river. It did not stay together. Then up here was our other tornado warning by Upper Marlboro. And as it starts, you can see where it was pretty tight down there by Rosaryville, and then it got weaker and weaker and weaker, and then it was canceled. Now it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. Annapolis, Cape St. Clair, Arundel in the Bay. You're going to get some very heavy rains, and you're going to get some 40-50 mile an hour wind gusts if you're on the water. You're going to want to get to cover or anchor. Special marine warning for the bay till 9:30. wind gusts in excess of 48 knots. Water spouts will be possible and large hail. So these storms can refire up as they move out over the bay. And just like we saw down at Potomac River, these tornadoes spun up off the river. The same thing can happen on the bay, but the bay's a little cooler. It's still 70, 72 degrees. It's quite warm for this time of year. I think we're ahead a couple degrees compared to normal for this time of year, but we may get some strong gusty winds off of this cell. But these cells are starting to break up as they move north, and the later it gets at night, the less power they have. So they're spreading out and turning into raining themselves out instead of being super concentrated, super powerful storms. As the night goes on and progresses, the temperatures drop and they start to lose their strength because there's not as much fuel for them. So Harford County, we'll probably get some very heavy rain and we might have some flooding, but I don't think we're going to get severe thunderstorms. Hagerstown, Frederick, the storms are almost moved out. We've got a lot of little boundaries going on. This thing's picking up this boundary dot right here because that's the mountain. And the storms are running along the mountain. So it's sensing that and thinking that that's the Blue Ridge is actually a boundary layer. You can see the dots. If you look close, the orange dots run along here. And they turn at Biglerville and head up towards Hagerstown and all. Because that's the ridge line that's set up in the sky because of the mountains. So it's like a compression layer, and as the winds move along, it squeezes the rain, and we're getting some very heavy rains out of it. Also, as these storms move north and northeast, the elevation above sea level starts to rise quickly. So when you're in Baltimore at Fells Point, you're at 20 feet above sea level. But if you're at the northwest corner by Pimlico, you're almost 400 feet above sea level higher. And you may have noticed it before when you drive around like northwest Baltimore, North Baltimore, come down 83, and you can see the city in the distance, and then the bay in the distance sometimes. That's because you're 400, 300 feet up in the sky compared to down at Fells Point and Inner Harbor areas. All that is down there by the bay, and that water is showing you that you're just above sea level, or right at sea level. Even Haverty Grace and the Susquehanna Flats is only 20 feet above sea level compared to the bottom of the bay, which is at sea level. Same thing in Washington, D.C. The Potomac River actually starts to drop as it gets towards Washington, D.C., and they call it a basin, the Lower Potomac River Basin, because the water pools up right there because there's a big gully in the ground that's actually lower than sea level. And when you're in Washington, D.C., along the Potomac River, like Ronald Reagan Airport, the National Mall, all of that area along the river there, and downtown where Jefferson Memorial is, Ohio Drive floods out when the winds blow the wrong way because that's all basically right at sea level, all the way up the river that far. And we get coastal flood warnings along the Potomac River up into the Washington, D.C. area because of that. So there's no tornado warnings now. The severe thunderstorm warnings have dropped off already. There's flash flood warnings in the city, Baltimore City, West Side. Remember I said that was going to happen. Now you've got one. Extremely heavy rains in Woodlawn, Catonsville, 695 West Baltimore area. You're about to get hosed. Literally like a fire hose of rain. We still have hours for the tornado watch is until midnight. I thought that was a little excessive, but they've dropped off a lot of it, and I bet, what time is it now? It's 8:30. By 9 o'clock they'll cancel most of this tornado watch will be will be canceled probably by 9 o'clock, because there's nothing on the backside of these storms. And these storms by 9 o'clock will have moved up into the Baltimore to Chambersburg area, out of Hagerstown, out of the Route 70 area, and up into Harford County, Baltimore County, and north up 95. So it looks pretty good. I don't think you're going to have any problems on the Delmarva Peninsula. Like I said earlier, it's probably not going to be a problem for you guys. You'll get heavy rains, and you might get a couple strong storms, but you're not going to get anything nasty, no tornadoes. I really don't think they should have included the Delmarva Peninsula and all of this area north of Delaware and Maryland, like all the way up into New Jersey and all the way up almost to New York City, all along Pennsylvania, north of Philly. That's not going to happen, as far as I'm concerned. It looks to me like this is pretty much over with, for the most part. The southern end of these bands is always the strongest, because it's moving the fastest away from the storm, so it has to move faster to keep up. That's why you're still seeing severe thunderstorm warnings this late down this direction. This may cross the bay, but this severe thunderstorm warning is the last one on the map down here in Virginia, and that's headed towards Chincoteague south on the Delmarva Peninsula, and that probably won't make it across the bay. The lightning activity is a good, yeah, those freaky low clouds, Trisha, are that heavy rain that's absolutely putting massive amounts of rain out. And let's take a look at the rain output so far. So storm total precip, you can see these stretches of brighter colors. This is radar estimated total rain output from these cells, and that's in the 2-inch per hour range is what that was putting out. So you got 2 to 3 inches easily in an hour in these bright colored strips. And we saw it live on camera. Skaggsville 29, we were watching cars hit the water and splash 30-foot waves out from underneath of them. It was crazy. The cars it looked like they were crashing, trying to control themselves. Up 29, in between 29 and 95 is where that tornado warning was, and that's also where the heaviest rain was. And at that time, that camera up here on the upper left corner was blacked out. You couldn't even see the cars hardly. It was crazy. Now the clouds look dark and scary because it's late, and the sun is down below them. The sun's getting ready to go down. So they're going to look scarier than they really are right now. So take that into effect when you're freaking out about that. But from Baltimore City, west side and north side towards Towson, heavy flooding. Let's look at the cameras and see what's going on here, because that's heavy rain moving in. Let's go to 695 north side. There's no tornado warnings and there's no severe thunderstorm warnings left now. All we have is flash flood warnings, and that is the most dangerous, believe it or not. I know everybody is scared of tornadoes, but driving into this water is the most dangerous and the #1 killer when it comes to storm-related deaths. 5 times as many people die from driving into floodwaters than they do from any tornadoes, any damaging winds, and lightning strikes all combined every year. So we've got to teach our kids especially more about that, not doing that, not trying to drive through it especially. So here's 695 figures. 695 at York Road, and remember the cameras are going to look dark. Let me zoom in on this because there's nothing else going on. So flash flooding is what we're worried about now. And you can see heavy rain, 695 York Road. north side. Move down Old Court. Extremely heavy rains going on there. You can barely make out the cars, but no wind, just rain. Same thing at 140. You can see the splashes coming up behind the cars. So it's probably a nightmare to drive in right now. And then moving south, 695 at 70. Probably not working. Dogwood Road, same thing. Just heavy, heavy rain. And hard to see. So when you get off the highways, because our highways are decent for rain, unless it's pouring at the time, they drain off pretty quickly. But you may find standing water spots on the southwest side, and when you get into the city, especially like Wilkins and Wrightstown Road and Liberty Road, once you get inside city limits, it's going to be a nightmare to drive. But anywhere north of Baltimore City, it's just rain headed that way. There's no more severe storms, no more severe warnings, and we have a tornado warning back. And that's that cell as it crossed the river, as I thought. That last cell. Yep, look at that. I predicted that over an hour, almost an hour ago. So if you are between, it's on shore now. So we're talking. I called these out before: Valley Lee, Callaway, Great Mills, the Take It Easy Campground, moving towards Lexington Park, Patuxent Naval Air Station, and Route 5 to 3 Notch Road, Spring Valley area. It's radar indicated and it's very weak, but what happened was, as I suggested would probably happen, this was the cell that was across the river in Virginia at Narrow Beach, over here by Coles Point, and it crossed in Potomac Shores and Tall Timbers, just like I suggested it probably would, and spun back up as the river got it going again. The hot air and water over the river got it spinning up again, and now we've got a little bit of a couplet here, just past the Take It Easy Campground, Point Lookout Road area, Flatiron Road. So this tornado warning is just precautionary. It's still moving very slow, but everywhere else, so far, so good. And they're starting to take away the tornado warning watches. So now only Maryland side of the Potomac River, no longer in Virginia, do we have any tornado watch, except for along the southern areas of the bay south of the Potomac River. This tornado warning is fairly precautionary. Let's try the Dover radar, because that's lower. No, it doesn't really, you can't really see it. We'll try, it's almost out of range, but the DCA radar, airport radar, might be able to pick it up a little better. It's got a dropout, and it's moving pretty slow. So see, it spun back up, spinning back up there, and now it's got a decent, just south of Lexington Park around Great Mills, showing a couplet. It may be doing something. I don't have any nearby radar to really tell what's happening. Maybe this one can see it because it's pretty low. Yeah, it's right around the edge of its range as well. So it's in a hole. It's a radar hole is what we call that, where each radar is just a little too far away to really tell what's happening. But if we flip it to, if we could have Andrew Air Force Base radar, that would be nice, but they don't turn it on for us all the time. So the closest one is the DCA radar there by Fort Washington Airport radar. And this is, if Naval Air Station, if we could access their radar, we would be able to see this very well. They'll know what's going on. So if you're on Naval Air Station or nearby and you hear the sirens going off, definitely take cover. This is Spring Valley, Lexington Park, Essex South area, north of Great Mills. Moving along, I think this is only going about 20-25 miles an hour. 30 miles an hour now. It's picked up a little speed. So we are south of California, and north of St. James, Park Hall area, Flowers of the Forest area, and we are suburban mobile home estates, more mobile home parks. And this is moving towards Patuxent Naval Air Station. So down there along 3 Notch Road and all those excuse me, I played some bars down there, but the Navy Lodge is in the way. The Navy Gateway to get on base, Patuxent River Naval Air Museum, and then Spring Valley neighborhood. What is that, Riggs Road, I think, or Peg Road, Midway Drive, Franklin Road, all these homes here. St. Clement's Crossing, basically north of Lexington Park and Great Mills Road to about, I would say, Buck Hewitt Road. Or if you're on 3 Notch Road from Buffalo Wild Wings down along all where the bars are outside of the river, the Naval Air Station towards IHOP, and then the Motel 6 down towards Lexington Park. This tornado, if it's on the ground, you know, where the commissary is, where the Navy Lodge is, the Gateway, Buse Road, and onto the base itself, it's headed that direction towards the airstrip. So it's headed right towards the airstrip to bolt those F-35s down and those drones, because I know what you do down there. I've been on there before when I was in the military Department of Defense contractor, is what I'll say, where I learned how to do the weather. But the Eastern Shore doesn't look like much is going to happen there. This tornado is trying to keep going, very broad rotation, right over Lexington Park now, and headed towards the base. You've got the commissary here, the NE Express, Navy Exchange, PX. So we're getting onto the base proper here any minute. North side of 3 Notch Road. What is that? Cuddly Road. Rasmussen Road. North of Lexington Park and south of the Air Museum is where this is going to cross. Very broad rotation. Probably not anything going on, but the sky is going to look wild. If you're on the Eastern Shore, you're probably not going to see storms for another hour or so. And they're losing strength, so you've got time. It looks like this is going south of California by a few miles. It's south of where Chancellor Run connects to 3 Notch Road. It's south of the Buffalo Wild Wings, and it's in the area of Spring Valley neighborhood, Patuxent Park, Lexington Park, and moving towards the base, towards the airstrip on the base. And everybody that's on base, take cover. They should have the sirens going off already, and if you're not hearing them, you should. The Navy Gateway, Cedar Point Road, the Navy Lodge, Booth Road, south of Patuxent Naval Air Station, and headed toward right up Cedar Point Road towards the air base, the airstrip itself. So all that surrounding area of the base, everybody should be taking cover. Whalen Road, it's moving across. It's moved across Three Notch Road now, and we are getting over into, still radar indicated, but we're getting into the Boost Road area. Let's see here. Building 22, the Nav Air Center, Boost Road, where the health clinic is, the Gateway Center, where all that housing is, the Navy Lodge, and the PX, the Commissary PX area, Boost Road area. It's all moving right through here. Panda Express. We've got Cedar Point Road, Bundy Road, all across this area. Boost Road, right up Cedar Point Road towards the airstrip. St. Nicholas Church, Arnold Circle, Fortin Circle, and then back down around Boost Road where it wraps around into the unmarked, undisclosed buildings down there past Fortin Circle and Boost Road. Keene Road, where the big warehouses are, Tate Road, and up towards the air park itself, and the Naval Air Station proper, where all the big planes are. This is headed right to you. You can see them here. So this is the airstrip proper, Tate Road, the big hangars, and then the more proper air station over here by the Triangle Airstrip, where the fighter jets come out of and the drones come out of. All that area, Shaw Road, it's headed towards Ranch Road, up north, Bronson Road, on the north side, Cedar Point Road, all the way up there into where the airstrip ends to the northeast up on Ergolf Road or something like that. I can't think of the name of it. Ulgolf Road. I haven't been there in years. But all the way up around Cedar Point, all the way around the airstrip. If you're on the airstrip, near the airstrip, at Patuxent Naval Air Station, take cover. This is all in the tornado warning, and you should have sirens going off. They may not set them off on the base, but this will be south of Drum Point. But Drum Point is included, Chesapeake Ranch Estates is included, but this is moving just south of like Spencer's Wharf, and where Route 4 crosses on the bridge there, the Solomon's Campground. So yeah, the Thomas Johnson Bridge, Route 4 bridge there that crosses over, it's going just south of that. But Harbor Light Beach, Drum Point, you guys are in the warning, but it is going south of you. You may get high winds off of this. Cherry Hill, Cove of Calvert, Cove Point Roads. There's a lot of trailers and small homes and mobile homes and RVs and stuff along the water here, like Seahorse Beach, Driftwood Beach, Park Chesapeake, all those areas. Take cover, get to a safe space, just to be sure. These tornadoes can turn, they can lift, and they can flare up. So it's almost to the edge of the Patuxent River now, over the air park and the Patuxent Naval Air Station proper, where the fighter jets take off. So it's already crossed where the big planes are. It's right over top of Tate Road, Milestone Road, Emory Road, and moving north along Cedar Point Road. So all the big Navy buildings with the C-130s and Galaxies, if it's a tornado, it could be tearing that up right now. and Whalen Road. It is south of Tate, and Cuddly, it's south of Whalen, but there's a lot of big buildings and there's a lot of structures here. So if you are on the base, take cover. If you're down there working in the Patuxent Basin area, or if you're across the Patuxent River at Drum Point, Johnstown, Spencer's Wharf area, you know, Solomon's RV campground, you're not in it, but you're very close. It's on the other side of the Route 4. And I don't think it's going to make it over to that side of the river. I think it's going to head out into the bay. But it's going to come close to Drum Point. And it might ride up the beaches right there where Driftwood Beach and we've got Seahorse Beach, Lake Drive, you know, Laurel Way, anybody that's down Barron's Boulevard, or what is that called? I can't think of the name of that road. Beretta Boulevard, but basically Drum Point, down by the lake and all. So this tornado's coming close, and it's got a dropout there. See how that's a dropout where there's no return, and then the red and the blues are colored brightly around it. That means that that's the rotation right there. And the radar's having trouble seeing down that low, but when you can see clear air in the center, that's not a good thing. So East Patuxent Basin, you can see the airstrip right here, south of Bronson Road. You've got all kinds of stuff in here that's bad news. Cedar Point Road, you know, all of the big warehouses and the big Naval Air Station hangars. It's right over top of the big hangars on the west side of the airstrip. So, and you can see planes in the video. Look, there's a fighter jet right there being towed, an older one. These are from satellite pics. You could see the C-130s and C-5 Galaxies down here further earlier when it was dropping out. There's another dropout over here. And then these are the undisclosed buildings, if you know what I mean, where a lot of important things are happening overseas. Switzer Road to Cedar Point Road, and then there's the smaller airstrips here. This is where the drones are launched from. Naval Air Combat Environment Test and Evaluation Building on Switzer Road. Hangar 2133. This is where your big fighter drones, armed drones, and Global Hawks and stuff like that are launched from on this strip here. And in these areas here along Cedar Point Road and all. Don't ask me how I know. Delmarva is fine. California and Lexington Park area, it's past you now. This is north of you, so if the sirens are just going off, they're a little late. This is out almost over the bay now. This is just south of Drum Point, over the mouth of the Patuxent River at the bay, north of Cedar Point, north of the airstrip at the Naval Air Station at Patuxent River. So it's right over top of that area. They've also just posted a wind advisory for our region, because what's going to happen is after this moves through and these storms are over the nighttime hours, the winds are going to pick up. And they already are out in West Virginia, and that's what this blue is all wind advisory, up to 50-mile-an-hour gusts until 2 a.m. Sunday. And that's because of that low pressure I was showing you earlier, wrapped up tight, pulling that cold air down around here. So we have another tornado warning up in Laurel again. And that's on the backside edge of, let's see where that's at. It's another very weak rotation, very weak, in the Calverton area. And this is again between 29 and 95. So we're talking again about Four Corners, White Oak, and for some reason there's something in this area around White Oak that the way that Wheaton, Kemp Mill, White Oak, Calverton, towards South Laurel and Laurel, something forms these tornadoes when the winds blow this direction in these storms. I don't know why, but I've seen it a dozen times through the years. And this is where the flood watch, or flash flood warning, I should say, is located. So let's pull those cameras back up. And I don't really see anything that's concerning on the radar. It's a very, very weak rotation. Just broad right there. This is storm relative velocity, so the green and the reds where they touch can be concerning, but it may have been a temporary blow up that set off a warning. Yeah, right there. So as it was down around Silver Spring and Four Corners, it wrapped up a little tight right through here, and now it's broadened out again. So this isn't too bad of or too big of a concern. It expires in 18 minutes, but if you're in it, obviously you want to take shelter and make sure you're safe as that moves through. Now we've got a Kent Island warning for that tornado earlier. That's moving onshore. I swear they're doing this just to mess with me. I'm not seeing much. Let's move to the Delaware radar. It can see a lot lower in the sky. Storm relative velocity. So this is out over the bay between Arundel on the bay and Stevensville, where the Route 50 bridge is. Let's pull the Route 50 bridge cameras up and look at that, because that's not extremely concerning over there where the first tornado warning was. Silver Spring area, moving north and towards Laurel, that's kind of fallen apart already. It may have been a brief spin up. Let's go down to Route 50, 97 to Ocean City. And we're going to look out along the Bay Bridge, see what's happening there. S13. So it's not even raining yet. It doesn't look too bad. I don't know what this camera is. I don't remember this camera. This must be a new camera. They've been replacing them as they've been doing that construction. This is eastbound, so this is looking towards the bay. I mean, towards the Delmarva Peninsula. And as you can see, not much going on. It's not even windy. They may have stopped traffic on the eastbound side because of this tornado warning. They may stop at any minute just to keep people from driving into a tornado. A lot of these cameras are not working from earlier, but you can see the heavy rain there. This is Sandy Point. So very heavy rains there at Sandy Point and Route 50, which is right here, right next to where the rotation is. If this thing is going anywhere, it's going to cross the bay right at Stevensville. Can't really see anything with that camera. let's take a look. It's a westbound camera, wrong direction. Can't see anything on that camera. They will probably stop traffic. This is where the Bay Bridge comes down into Stevensville on this side where the tornado warning is. And I'm not seeing anything happening but bright lightning, but it's hard to see out of this camera. Let's try the next camera. There's a good shot. This is right where the tornado warning starts, and this is right where the tornado would be headed. You can see very heavy rains. It would be tornado would be rain wrapped. So this is the Bay Bridge. We're looking eastbound. So the tornado would move from here north into the northeast direction. But I'm not seeing any wind on that one. The rotation looks to me like it's actually back over on the Sandy Point side. Let's go back there. Wow, it's pouring, that's for sure. Look how heavy that rain is. It looks like fog. The winds are blowing around a little bit. And this is right at the bridge entrance. Sandy Point at Route 50. Let's look east. Yeah, it's heavy. Heavy rains. The winds are blowing around a little bit, but good Lord is that heavy rain. So expect flash flooding all along Route 50, anywhere from Parole up to the Bay Bridge itself. And it's probably pretty dicey up on the bridge. When it rains that hard, the water can't get off fast enough, and it makes it real slick. Let's look a little further south, or west, I mean. Let's look up on the bridge itself. This is the first gantry, looking southwest. This would be about where the rotation is showing. So we're looking right about here. Let me pull the map over. See that point right here? It's crossed the Bay Bridge already. Yeah, it looks like they might have traffic stopped. Or just slow. Nothing really going on there. So this tornado warning will probably be canceled as well. But man, is it pouring rain. Your lights are still green, so it's still go. They didn't stop traffic, but people are definitely slowing down. And I'm sure it's pretty hairy up on the bridge. Let's take a look. Oh yeah. Everybody's got their flashers on. Get some of these color cameras going. There we go. This is right in the center of the bridge, and that flashing light you're seeing is not lightning. This is the highest point of the bridge. We're looking at those big, tall outriggers that hold the bridge up, where the boats cross underneath. The big boats cross right here. So if you know where I'm talking about, that's what that flashing light is on top of those big towers that hold the bridge up, where the highest point is. And that's where this camera is looking. So it's pretty hairy rain wise, but it doesn't look like anybody's really having any trouble. And that's looking west. That camera's been out for quite a while. S13 is my favorite view. So you can see everybody's got their flashers on. And it looks crazy. There's color. It goes to black and white when the cars get close sometimes, and their lights are extra bright. But you can see it's pouring, and you can't see off the bridge any. Normally you can see the water even at night. So it's very heavy. And this camera shakes a lot because of the trucks going by, not because of the wind. That's the bridge bouncing up and down is what you're seeing. So pretty crazy looking there, but it's not really a tornado warning that's to be worried about at this point. This other tornado warning over where we had the first one, let's check that. And that is showing hardly any rotation there either. Probably more heavy rain, unfortunately. So, as it came through Silver Springs, let's put this camera over. And out of the way. So we can zoom in on this tornado warning. Was in Silver Spring more than anything, is where it flared up. Right about there. And I messed up. Let's get that. I hate that thing. Wish it would go away. So here it comes. It flares up right there for a minute, and then it falls apart by the time they get the warning on it. So this warning will probably go away any minute, but if you're in the area of Laurel, West Laurel, Maryland City, South Laurel, Savage, Skaggsville, yet again, is where we're at, where we had the tornado warning a little bit ago. And we're going to look at that one more time on the cameras. Let's go to 29, and we're going to look at down by, well, it's already up towards Skaggsville, so really 216. My allergy medicine's wearing off. It's probably raining some butt off there. Yep, everybody's got their flashers on, they're going slow. But the winds aren't bad. So this was just another warning, precautionary warning, as it spun up for a minute. And mostly, the problem we have here is flooding. And then it's going to turn into winds later this evening, into the nighttime hours. 30 to 50 mile an hour gusts will be pushed up into our area as this clears off. Let's look at the overall picture. So now you can see that the storms are starting to get over the bay. We still have these two small tornado warnings, but there's nothing really showing evidence-wise for them to continue, so they'll let them expire or they'll take them down. But as these storms sweep to the northeast, they're producing very heavy rain, some lightning. It's already clearing off in Hagerstown and Frederick, and it's moving up into the mountains of Pennsylvania. Now they're going to have problems up there as it runs up into the Harrisburg, Carlisle, Route 30 area to the 76 Turnpike area. You guys are going to start seeing flooding up there, especially like Chambersburg to York, Harrisburg, over down 76. As these storms sweep up through here, that big ridge line from Chambersburg up to Harrisburg, along 81, along 76, that big ridge line is going to cause orographic effect and squeeze a ton of rain out as these storms move across it. Probably already happening. And you'll start seeing some lightning and thunder in northern York County towards Harrisburg, Lancaster towards Lebanon, and all up through that region. Now, this area is moving across the bay, and we've got warnings on the bay for special marine warnings as this crosses the bay until 10 p.m. So The next hour, you could see water spouts. You could see some small hail. So get to some shelter if you're not already there. On the Delmarva Peninsula, they're getting the warnings for wind set up. And we're going to see heavy, heavy rains, and it floods out a lot easier over there. But mainly, it's just going to be very heavy rains moving into Cecil, Harford, Baltimore County now, Carroll County in the next 20 to 30 minutes. The back edge of this storm, which is the strongest part, will move through. You can see they canceled that tornado warning already in the Laurel area that moved in from Silver Spring, as I suspected they would. This warning over here on the bay and around Kent Island, tornado warning is still happening for a few more minutes. It's got 19 minutes left on it. And then we've got wind advisories now posted all along the Delmarva, because once this moves through, the winds are going to pick up and the temperatures are going to drop overnight. And it's going to be rough on the water and rough at campgrounds, because you're going to be looking at 30 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts until probably Sunday, as this low pressure moves away and drags the winds up behind it. So once this moves through later tonight, expect heavy howling winds to start picking up. And all day Saturday it's going to be a problem. All day Sunday could be a problem still. But overall, these storms are kind of still firing up along the bay, like I suspected earlier. I was talking about that they could spin up when they get over the water, just like they did down here at the Potomac River. And these could cause some water spouts and some tornado warnings to come on land on the eastern shore. So we're going to stay with it and keep watching. Let's flip it to the Delaware. We're on the Delaware radar now, the Dover radar, which you can see a lot better, more detail. And the high-res velocity is showing that tornado warning for Kent Island. There's really nothing there. It's on the north end of the island. It's got broad rotation over the bay. You can see the greens and the reds here. So the reds are moving in this direction, and the greens are coming in behind it. Very broad, basic rotation. May have a water spout because it's a lot easier over the water to form a tornado. And it'll probably look like that little guy in the corner here. Where I've got this tornado watch over here. See it moving? See how that tornado is shaped? It's a very thin rope tornado. That's what water spouts look like when they're on the bay. And I've seen a bunch of them, but the yellow lines, or these orangish yellow lines, are special marine warnings all over the place. The green flashing lines are flash flood warnings. The blue lines here are wind advisories for after the storms move through. And this says DC, Central, North Central, Northeast, Northern, Southern Maryland, Central, Northern, and Northwest Virginia. And then they've got separate warnings for the Delmarva from midnight tonight until 6 a.m. Sunday morning. So all day Saturday, 30 to 50 mile an hour winds, 15 to 30 mile an hour sustained winds with gusts up to 50. That's going to be an ugly, ugly day tomorrow, pretty much everywhere in our region. It's going to be windy. It's going to be chilly. And there's another spin up happening. Look, right there on the bay. This is going to end up with a tornado warning. This is the same cell that crossed earlier, still spinning. Started at Narrow Beach, almost 3 hours ago, moving 20 miles an hour. And then I said, Tall Timbers, Piney Point, St. Mary's County, watch out, you may have a tornado. Then we got one south of California, north of Lexington Park as it moved through here. Now that has got out. This is the same one that went through the Naval Air Station, Patuxent Naval Air Station in Drum Point. Now it's out over the open water of the bay, and it's starting to spin back up. So it's headed towards Taylor's Island and Smithville. If you guys are on the eastern shore, Taylor's Island, Swan Harbor, Golden Hill, Walnut Landing, over there by Susquehanna Point, Church Creek, Madison, Blackwater National Refuge, where they had the big fire, this is headed up that way, and you're probably going to end up with a tornado warning. This is most likely putting a water spout down also. So if you are off the shore from Driftwood Beach, Chesapeake Ranch Estates, Calvert Cove, Calvert Cliffs, nuclear power plant south of there, where all that shoreline is with the tall ridge, and then north of Fishing Creek, Taylor's Island area, and then up into Cambridge. This is headed your way, and it's spinning pretty good, but it's not extremely well defined. But any of these marinas over here, like on Taylor's Island and Smithville, Walnut Landing, Swan Harbor area, all you guys up here in Susquehanna Point, Taylor's Island Road, up in the Fishing Creek area, Town Point Estates, Ross Acres, Paw Paw Acres, and this is up here where that plane crashed a while back, south of Tillman's Island, far south of Tillman's Island, but up into the river and towards where East Newmarket and Hurlock, we've seen tornadoes come through here before from Cambridge, crossing Route 50, and then up into East Newmarket. So this is one of those alleys that we also see tornadoes, and this storm is headed in that direction. It wouldn't surprise me if we have yet another tornado warning up in this region. We still have the tornado warning active north of Graysonsville, Stevensville area of Kent Island, and that's going to be a few more minutes before that expires. But otherwise, this is just heavy rains for the most part north of this. So central and southern Delmarva Peninsula, eastern shore, as these storms come off the bay, they can bring in these rotating storms. And we have one there that's pretty obvious. The one that crossed through Patuxent Naval Air Station. It's headed northeast towards Taylor's Island now. It's almost to Taylor's Island now. And then it's going to go north of Cambridge, probably right towards Cambridge, Trap, East Newmarket, up in the river there. So if you're in the marina on the Choptank River up around Cambridge, be on the lookout. This is rotating storms headed your way, and it's picked up speed. Wakefield should probably put a tornado warning on it, but they've eliminated the Kent Island tornado warning, and they've only left it in the Chester River area, as this rotation is very broad, still moves up the eastern neck, Hickory Thicket area, and up into the river, Quaker Neck Landing. If you're in a campground along these areas here, the Chester River, you should be paying attention, like Peckameth, Quaker Lake. I know there's a whole bunch of trailer parks and stuff in this area too, like Chestertown and the Chester River, and south down along those roads that go out towards Rock Hall and the Eastern Neck, and then on the other side along like Churchill and Centerville up towards the Chester River. There's a lot of trailer parks and campgrounds and little things like that. So you could get some wicked winds as this moves in off the bay, and I know you guys have seen that a ton of times. But otherwise, it's mostly rain and really heavy rains in Baltimore City, flash flood warnings, still for Baltimore City and down along 29 and 95 towards Laurel and Silver Spring area. So those rains are moving north into Harford County now, and in the next hour we're going to get Bel Air proper, Harford County, Edgewood, all along Route 40, Route 95, up Route 1 towards Darlington, Conowingo, into Cecil County. Those heavy rains will be moving up that direction. So expect heavy downpours in the next hour or two. They're still not looking at this. NWS Wakefield should be paying attention to this spot right here. This is a previously tornado warned cell. It's still rotating as it's moving across the bay towards Taylor's Island, Church Creek, and the Cambridge area. So if you're in that area north of Blackwater National Refuge, Taylor's Island, out to Fishing Creek, and then up along Choptank River towards Cambridge and further east into like Trapp in the East Newmarket area, this is a rotating storm, so it's going to be crazy when it comes through. Heavy rains. Could have a tornado warning anytime, as this has been producing a tornado warning for over 2 hours now. I'm going to take a quick break while we watch these two cells come on shore. I'm going to change this to high res because it shows the rotation better. And you can see this spot, it just came through this area here and started to flare up, and it's showing a rotating area heading towards Taylor's Island right there. And that's moving towards the Church Creek, Madison, Algonquin, Cambridge area along the Choptank, and from Taylor's Island all the way up and around to Cambridge into the Choptank from the Chesapeake Bay Inn. All these marinas and all these people, Church Creek, Lloyd's, Ross Acres, Thomas, all these people, Town Point Estates, Fishing Creek area, you guys, Paw Paw Acres. If you're on a boat, definitely get off the boat, take cover in a building. You don't want to be sloshing around in that. It's funny that they have a tornado warning for the Chester River at just south of Rock Hall, north of the bay here, north of Kent Island, and this rotation is not even as, or about the same intensity as the rotation that is south of here, but they're not paying attention to that. They're paying attention to this one. So if you're on the Chester River west of Centerville and south of Rock Hall, down there on the Eastern Neck, they call it Hickory Thicket area, down along Eastern Neck Road, on either side of the river, and then the Bully Rock, not the Bully Rock Howdy Grace, we're talking Bully Rock on the eastern shore, Wrights Neck Road area, Corsica Neck Road, Pioneers Point Farms, Corsica River, Conquest Beach area, it's headed that way. Then we've got the secondary rotation down here, coming on shore, Taylor's Island in the Smithville area, and it's pretty broad, and it's starting to spin out, it looks like, broaden out, but still concerning because of the way this is wrapped up, and this has a long history of a tornado warning with it. So this is a concern for me, as it may reform, because these things cycle up and down in strength. Thank you. Thank you all for supporting the page and supporting my attempts to make the information, you guys get better. So let's look at the regular radar for a minute so you guys can understand better what's happening. We've got the cells are breaking up, as you can see here. Let's put it in motion. This big band that was a very hard, heavy strip with a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings on it has since broken up, and the low pressure is not over here where this red L is anymore. This low pressure is located probably almost in between Bedford and Chambersburg. So if we change this to MRMS setting, it shows everything at a lower detail. But you put that in motion and you can see the storm spinning. And now you can see that the L is not the right place. That center of rotation is right in here. As I was saying, right between Bedford and Chambersburg, Hancock, Berkeley Springs. So that's where your center low is located at this point. Let's mark it real quick and I'll show you what's happening. So you've got this L, should be over here. And now we've got the dirty side or the hot side of the storm, just like a hurricane, and you've got these storms moving like this around the rotating around the center of the storm. And then on the back side, the cold side they call it, because it's pulling cold air down, you've got storms wrapping around the back side of the low. And this low pressure is very low. It's been deepening all day and getting stronger, and that's why it's spooling up just like a saw blade in a hurricane or a tropical storm. Typically that's what that looks like, and that's why it's got so much rain with it, because it's almost tropical in the strength. So when you zoom out and you watch it, you can see these storms are being pulled in behind it. And we'll do the same thing. We'll mark the low in the right place. So that red L should actually be here. And it's so powerful. It's got so much strength now. It's pulling all these storms down this way to wrap up behind it. And then meanwhile, on the warm side, it's pushing these storms up this direction. Now as these storms right here are running up into the Harrisburg area, they're running uphill. So the Chesapeake Bay is 25 feet above sea level at the most. From one end to the other, it's 20 foot of difference. And that's why the water runs downhill slowly from one end to the other and out to the ocean. The Susquehanna River dumps out at Havre de Grace right there where I live. And then the eastern shore, all of that area here, the highest point of the eastern shore is right across from Baltimore, about where that tornado warning was earlier, at Chester River. Just north of Rock Hall in the Chester River, the altitude above sea level is only 105 feet. And that's the highest point on the whole area of the Delmarva Peninsula, is where that hill is up there. And it's called like Cut Pond or something like that. But from one side at the beaches to the other, hold on one second, somebody's here. Sorry about that. I had somebody cop knocking on my front door, and it was a delivery person that was lost. Came to the wrong house. That scared the hell out of me. So, sorry about that. Yes, the storms are definitely losing strength as they move north into the Baltimore County, Harford County, Cecil County area. They're not very strong now, but they are definitely pouring rain. We could still get some lightning. We're getting some stronger storms south of Cecil County on the Delmarva Peninsula that still have some potential to cause a tornado warning or even a gust of damaging winds, but it's less and less likely the later we get. So as we move later towards midnight, it's less and less likely we're going to see anything come from these storms. And as you notice, the lightning output is less and less. But I'm going to stick with it until they either remove the tornado watch. Now we've got a new tornado warning on that same cell. Moving at until 10 at 30 miles an hour. So near Overton. Let's turn that back on. Like I said, these can cycle up and down. I was just talking about that. And this gets over the rivers. These rivers are very warm. They can be 72, 73, 74 degrees water temperature. And that can help it spin up. And of course, look where it's spun up right there over the Chester River itself. So we've got a bit of rotation going on right there. This is heading towards Peckameth, Quaker Lake, Quaker Neck Landing, Johnsontown, Cliff City, and then further up the river towards Heather Heights, Chestertown, and the Grove, Churchill, along Churchill Road. If you're in this tornado warning, this is definitely spun back up a little tighter than it was over the bay, and it's showing a little bit stronger winds than it did earlier. So anywhere on the Chester River, along the Chester River, take cover. If you are north of, or I should say either side of the Chester River, including the creeks, anywhere from Langford, Orchard Hill, Hessinger's Corner, down to Chestertown proper, over towards Churchill, Sudlersville Road area, Wilmers, Wilkins Lane area, Quaker Neck Landing, Johnsontown, Heather Heights, Pomona, any of these little towns along the river. And then Corsica Landing Estates out there on the Corsica River is kind of halfway in, halfway out. So Corsica Landing, River Estates, Spaniard Neck Road, Burrisville, you're all in the warning, but the rotation looks like it's to your north a little bit. Ashland Landing, where that little airport is there. Along the Chester River proper, if you're along the Chester River, it's moving right along the Chester River, right towards Chestertown, Southeast Landing, the Grove. And it's coming in off the bay. It's right about Cliff City now, Conquest Beach area, so it's right in that null right there where the Chester River moves up into the county further. Quaker Neck Road, Cliff City Road, and then north of Conquest Beach. Right there is where the rotation is. Right in that general area. South of McKinleysville, north of Pioneer Point Farms, and the Corsica River inlet area. Right there. And that's where our couplet is. So it's starting to broaden out again already. It's probably just a quick flare up while it was out over that really warm water as it crossed the eastern neck and got into that warm Chester River area, where it's real wide, is what I was worried about earlier. That's what can happen this time of year. And as that bay gets warmer, and as those little side rivers and inlets get warmer and warmer through the summer, this can become more of a problem, where with a west to east or a southwest to northeast storm system moving in those directions, you can see these type of spin-ups off of the bay on the eastern shore, as I'm sure you're all familiar with. But OC Maryland, no, you're not going to see anything down in Ocean City, just rain. That storm that had the rotation in it earlier was moving in towards Cambridge. Still shows a tiny bit of rotation, but it's pretty much broken up. So the only thing we're really worried about at this point is this new tornado warning up here at the Chestertown, Chester River area. And it's moving right along the Chester River, but it's falling apart quickly. So hopefully as you can see here, it was strong right there on the Chester River, where it's along Hickory Thicket and the Eastern Neck Wildlife Refuge, where the water is really warm there off of like Recovery Point, Pioneer Point Farms, and the Corsica Riverside, and all those little inlet areas. That water is extremely warm. Now it's coming into the Quaker Neck Road, Cliff City, Johnsontown, Old Town, Quaker Neck Landing area up the river further, Ashland Landing, Land's End Road, and that Peckameth Campground area along the Chester River, Recreation Field Park, Peckameth Pavilion, off of Booker's Wharf Road. You guys need to take cover because it's coming your way. It's coming right at you. Everybody on the Chester River needs to take cover just to be sure until this tornado warning expires or they lift it. I don't have any cameras over there to see what's going on. I'm searching right now to see if I can find anything, but it looks like we're headed towards the Grove and that Peckameth campground area more than we are like Indiantown, Ashland Landing. But it's very broad. Probably not doing anything, but with all that warm water there, it's easy to spin up something. This is more or less like a water spout that came ashore, land spout type deal. It's very slow rotation, very weak, and it's very broken up, but it is definitely rotating. You can see the cloud motions spinning around there. So Molokai, Baltimore County, let's see, you've still got about an hour of heavy rain and storms to get through. You might have some lightning and stuff like that, but it looks like the worst of it is moving out of Parkville towards Harford County and up into Bel Air now. And then there's another swath of heavy storms in the Reisterstown to Owings Mills area that's moving northeast towards Cockeysville, Hereford, and northern Harford County. So once all that passes, I'm not sure where you're at, but if you're in that area generally, this back edge right here is what you're waiting for, and that's the back edge of the rain. But once the heavy stuff starts to let up in the next hour, you should be fine. And really, you're probably fine now, because this is all being formed by what happens with the interaction of the Chesapeake Bay and the storms. So you're not going to have that where you're at in Baltimore County this time. Kent Island is in the clear. St. Michael's and south of Kent Island, there's still a special marine warning on the bay for boaters. But the storms have moved past you and they're inland now, north of Kent Island. They're up into the Chester River. And we have a tornado warning in the Chester River area. Still moving towards Chestertown and Church Hill. But it's a broad rotation. Harford County, you've still got about an hour before the storms are over with, but it's just storms. It's just rain is going to pick up and there might be some lightning, but you're not going to have tornadoes or any type of serious powerful storms like this. The eastern shore is getting what's left of the worst of the stuff that was to our south now. But as you can see, the radar sweeps are showing that it's pretty much just heavy rain on the east side of the bay. The west side of the bay. Let's flip it back to high-res reflectivity. So here we go. The little cross marks, you can see white and they fade out to orange. Cross marks, like right here, that's lightning strikes. That's what you're seeing. That's a cloud to ground lightning strike that's being marked out. We have no lightning strikes in the storms that are in Harford, Baltimore, or Cecil counties. What we have is the cells that moved over the bay got a little bit of a recharge as they were moving to the northeast in this direction. As they crossed the bay, they picked up that nice warm bay water and it gave them a new boost of power. So any of the cells that had rotation in them started to spin back up, and that's why we have this tornado warning on the Chester River. But this is south of Cecil County, moving northeast towards, I would say, the Middletown, Smyrna area, stretch of 13 in Delaware, but it's moving slow, and it's barely got rotation enough to even count as a tornado warning. The winds are only about 30 to 40 miles an hour on the radar up in the sky. They could be stronger at the ground level, but as you can see, it's still rotating. And let me mark it out for you so you understand what you're looking at here. This is the velocity radar, and this shows you the direction and the speed of the winds based on the coloring. So it's a split scale. Blue shows winds moving away from the radar, and the reds show moving towards the radar. So our radar is located over here in Dover. Let's use that one. That'll show it. Whoops. That'll show us a little better detail because it's closer. Gray is neutral, which means that it's just moving along with the storm because it's either moving with the storm or it's not moving at all. If we change to high-res storm relative velocity, what that does is it takes out the movement of the 30-mile-an-hour motion of the storms and accounts for that in the coloring. So it uses green and red instead, but the same basic concept where the green's moving away from the radar and the red is moving towards. If we put it in motion, you can see right through here. Let me move it up a little for you. Very broad, basic rotation where the greens and the reds come together. If we change it over to standard velocity, it's a little easier to understand because it's a reds and blues. I customized this to be able to for everybody else to be able to read better. So this cell moved in, and as it moved into the Chester River, it was rotating somewhat right in here, and now it's broadened back out into a standard looking storm, and they'll let this expire. A radar couplet is what they call that, when a green and a red, or in my case the blues and the reds, touch each other. As the tornado gets stronger, it becomes brighter colored, and a finer point you'll see where they make contact. And that shows us that it's stronger winds, therefore stronger tornado. And this is barely 40-50 miles an hour at the most up in the sky. So it's not really much to worry about, but you have to take a tornado warning seriously, because you never know what could be happening at the ground level. The radar is looking 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 feet minimum in the sky. So this will expire in a few minutes. They're not going to renew it, most likely. The further inland it gets, the harder it is for it to maintain its rotation. And then what we do is, and what I do is, I scan for bright spots. So if I back the radar up 30 frames, I can show you what happened earlier. So now we're going back, we're starting at 8:40, and I can go back even further. I can go back in time all the way to 250 frames, which is like 3 hours earlier. Let's do 50. So at 50 frames, we are seeing a couplet on the riverside over here. And then I said, remember, it went away, and I said it's going to come back. Pay attention and keep going on. And then it reformed and had a tornado warning again over Patuxent Naval Air Station. We watched that for a while. Right there. I said it would get over the river and it would reform. And then it did. Right about there. And from Callaway to Drum Point, it had a rotation. And then it got over the bay and sucked up all that hot water and air, and it reformed again. But it kind of fell apart, and they never put a warning on it. But it did show another rotation again just recently down here as it moved up into the chop tank. Same thing up here. This was the cell that had a tornado warning on it all the way down in Fort Washington, Upper Marlboro, all the way into Lothian. So let's back it up to 75 frames and watch the whole thing. So the tornado warning you have now over in the Chester River started at Fort Washington. Right here. Hold on, let's put it on velocity. There we go. Now you'll see the tornado move up through here. You can see the winds crossed, and that's what helped it spin up. And look at those wind striations like that. And then as it crosses the bay, we can change it to the BWI radar and get a little more detail. And it tracked right through Annapolis, right here, and across the Bay Bridge, right there. Wild looking winds. And now we see it up here into the Chester River. but it's just broad, basic rotations. If we use the Dover radar, we get a different angle, and it's a little better at picking up that kind of stuff at a longer distance. So we backed that up 75 frames, and you'll see that this tornado started way down here, and then it moved slowly all the way up across here and into the Chester River, and it's just barely rotating, just barely making it. Shippensburg, PA, no warnings or anything happening up there, just heavy rains, and you're probably getting some heavy winds as you get into the mountains. Those, like I was saying earlier, those winds are going to be like whipping up and down the mountains. You got the Venturi effect and downsloping and all kinds of weird effects that happen in the mountains. So as they ride up and down those valleys and mountain peaks, it causes a lot of weird things to happen. You can get localized problems. Now we've got a flash flood warning in Annapolis from that same cell. So it's interesting that the cells that have been producing the tornado warnings are also the ones that have been producing the flash flood warnings from the heaviest rains. And the wind advisories are starting to stack up now. You'll start hearing those winds howl in a couple hours. But as you can see here, the tornado warning, it peaked again right around Cliff City. We were watching it. Just rain, rain, rain. And then here it comes. Much brighter colors start to pick up, and then opposite colors at the same time. So right there, just south of Cliff City over the water, where that water is like probably 73 degrees at this point, 74 degrees. It's basically spinning decently but broad, and then now it's pretty much gone. So this tornado warning's over with as far as I'm concerned, and nobody else has any tornado warnings. So let's go back to the regular reflectivity, and we will go to Sterling radar. And take an overall look at what's happening here. This is starting hours ago at 7:30. Now we're about 8:30. Right here we're at 8:30. Now here's 9 o'clock. And now we are approaching 10 o'clock here. And that was the current setup. So current radar here is showing the storms are still moving off to the northeast. It looks like Westminster might be done for the night. Baltimore County is almost done for the night. Yeah, Westminster, it just passed you. So here's Westminster, here's the rain. It's moving off. Let's shorten up the time frame back to normal. So over the last half hour, it's pulled out of Westminster and to the north. Hampstead and Manchester, it's still raining. All along 83, you're still going to get heavy rains for the next hour as this is moving slowly. Frederick County, Frederick and Hagerstown, you're done for now. You might get rain from the backside of this. See how this is wrapping back around? It's pulling that rain south and north at the same time. So that low pressure is sitting here almost in the Chambersburg area. It's right about, looks like it's right about Chambersburg right here. And the low pressure is rotating, and it's pretty tight for being over land. And what that's doing is it's dragging this rain to the northeast. So all these storms are moving northeast, and it looks like these cells are flaring back up over here on the eastern shore. We might be getting from Smyrna to Newark, Delaware, up into Elkton, Cecil County, the Canal, Chesapeake City area. 3 minutes left on the tornado warning, but you're going to be getting some lightning and some storms, and it's possible that that tornado warning could spin back up. So just keep an eye on the radar for the next hour or two as these storms slowly work their way northeast towards Philly. Same thing on the eastern shore, southern end. You've got some strong heavy rain cells still moving in north of Salisbury, north of Cambridge, and up towards Dover and the Delaware Bay area. So it's going to be probably 2 more hours before that gets out of here. But in Chestertown, this tornado warning expires in 3 minutes, and there's nothing showing on the radar, so you should be good. Just double checking it. It's still got a little bit of rotation there, right on Chestertown proper. So if you're not hearing anything happening outside, it's a loose rotation with 2 sides to it. And you can see it keeps trying to do something, but it's just very slow, and it's just right along the river here. But it's just about north of Chestertown now. So you're looking probably Mile Tree Village, Heron Point, and then it's going to be headed out toward, out Morganic Road towards Chesmar and out towards like the Morgan Creek area and up River Road towards Delaware. So it's a very broad rotation, and they just let the tornado warning expire, so you're good to go. And it could come back like towards Galena or Millington. It's possible it could regenerate in the next 20 minutes. So I'm not going to let it go. I'm still going to keep watching, because these things cycle up and down, up and down. And it's usually about 20 or 30 minute cycle, if you've noticed, that the tornado warning will go away, and then further north another one will appear after about 20 to 30 minutes. So we're just keeping an eye on things, making sure nobody is going to get something crazy. But like I said in my posts, in Maryland and Delaware and our mid-Atlantic region, really, we don't get monster tornadoes typically. Only very, very rarely have we had a few. And now we're showing flooding Baltimore City, high standing water around Hillen and 35th. So that's pretty far up the hill too, so that's surprising. But there's a lot of valleys, and like, as you guys know. So you guys should be good to go to bed pretty much at this point. There's no tornado warnings left. I'm not going to call an all clear until midnight or until they take the tornado watch down completely. But there's still flash flooding along 29 and 95. If you're driving and you got to drive home, Laurel, Columbia, Savage, Skaggsville, what else? All the way up to Elk Ridge, just about, and Ellicott City, over to UMBC campus, Arbutus, Halethorpe, Lansdowne, along 695 southwest side, the 95, 295 area, and the west side of the city completely, all the way up into just about Towson, over to Pikesville, down through Woodlawn, Catonsville. Flash flooding, serious flash flooding, and they've got reports coming in, starting to show up, of stranded cars and high water in the places that usually flood. So I know there's spots like on Wilkins Avenue that get bad, on Falls Road, on I know there's spots up like Cold Spring and over by what is it, Liberty Heights Avenue, there's spots where it gets flooded out and the drains get stopped up or they can't drain fast enough. And you guys just want to watch out for standing water, because in the nighttime you can't see it real well and you're bumping along thinking everything's fine, and then splash, and you're hitting your head on the windshield as your car stops dead in the water and you're stuck in 3 feet of water, and you do not want that. So you're going to hear the rain picking up now in Harford County, in Cecil County, down through Kent County, Queen Anne's and all. It's going to be heavy, heavy rains for the next hour, and then it'll let up and the winds will pick up. And then it's going to be windy as hell for the next for the next 24 to 48 hours. It's going to be painful if you've got chronic pain. So hopefully this will be over here in the next hour. So it looks like pretty much heavy rain is going to be all that's left now, and some heavy thunderstorms are still moving through northern Delaware and the north end of the eastern shore. Give me a minute. I'm just going to send out some alerts so everybody knows what's going on. Yeah, there's some good storms moving in along the beaches, especially south of Chincoteague. It's much worse, and they're offshore too, way out offshore. You might get a good light show from that. But let me change this back to regular high-res visibility so you can see the storms while I write this stuff up. So the green flashing is flash flood watch warnings. These orange boxes are for special marine warnings or special weather statements, which is basically a runner-up to a severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado watch is still posted for parts of the area. But it has been since moved out of Frederick area, Germantown, Silver Spring, off of the side of the westernmost part of the region against the mountains, and this will keep pushing northeast as well along with the storms, because once the storms clear out, there's no tornado risk anymore. And honestly, it looks like the tornado risk is pretty much over with. So along the beaches, you may get some more bubbling up of storms behind the ones that are passing through now as the rest of this stuff sweeps up. You can see this rain down through here, secondary line that may come through and bring more thunder, lightning, and heavy rains. So after these rounds pass by, it's not over quite yet. It might be midnight before it's all completely out of here. And then after this stuff is the back edge, technically right here. That's over in the other side of the bay. These could still fire up a couple cells as they cross the bay. So we're going to watch that. Same thing here. A couple of pop-up cells behind the main line are possible still, but unlikely as they cross the bay. The actual border of the front that's sweeping all this out will move through, and it'll be a sudden difference in how everything feels. And the winds will start picking up slowly over the next 2 to 3 hours into the 15 to 20 mile an hour range. And by sunrise, it'll be 30 mile an hour to 50 mile an hour gusts all day tomorrow. So if you have outdoor plans tomorrow, it's going to be rough. It's going to be a couple of hours before it stops raining. Probably, I would say midnight before it's done raining hard, but it will start letting up in the next 20-30 minutes or so. So it really depends on where you're at. Northern part of the county's got the heaviest rains going on, in Baltimore County. So, but there's a couple more breaks in the cells, and then there's a couple more cells behind those cells that can bring more rain. So it's probably going to be 2 hours before it's completely cleared out. All of this stuff sitting over us now will continue to move up 95 and into New Jersey and into Pennsylvania. So let me take a minute here. Oh, I appreciate that, Debbie. Clayton, Delaware, you've still got heavy rain coming. It's going to be probably midnight before it clears out along the Delaware coast, and the Delaware Bay area will be last to see storms. So you've still got a ways to go. Most of the heavy rain is still over on the Maryland side of the line. But give it 2 hours and it'll change dramatically. And most of the severe weather is really starting to lose its footing and fall off. So let me write this up real quick. I'll be right back. Kristen Williams, that's canceled. There's no longer a tornado warning for anywhere. So you are good to go for that. And you don't have to worry about that now. It's spun up off of the bay kind of like a waterspout scenario, and it moved up the Chester River slowly. But the further inland it got, the more it fell apart, and they allowed it to be canceled, and it's no longer an issue. So you're good. Now everybody's still going to hear big scary thunder and see some lightning flashes, especially in northern Delaware where that cell that's still putting out a lot of lightning is moving. You'll still be able to see that from Harford County. You're going to be able to see that from Cecil County, but it's moving south of northeast, and it's moving along. It's pretty much over the canal now. Let's zoom in. Yeah, it's basically over the canal and moving north towards like Middletown, Smyrna, and north like towards St. George's, Chesapeake City, Elkton, Delaware City, Newark, Wilmington, and everybody, Newcastle, all along up through there. When you get up into the 95 corridor, you're going to see these heavy rains with lightning. But they no longer have the tornado warning, and as far as I can tell, probably won't get them again. It does have some gusty winds in the 40 to 50 mile an hour range, and you can see some pretty wild motions going on here as this is moving north really fast in front of the storm, and then the edge of the storm is pushing to the east more. That's where that rotation was on that storm in Chestertown, and it's kind of just meandering around now slowly, but it's moving along through Galena up like 213 and 301 basically towards Middletown and into the Elkton, Bear, Delaware, Route 13 north area. So it'll cross the bay, the Delaware Bay, Delaware River, into southern New Jersey, along the I-95 and Turnpike area, and then up into Philly. And Philly floods easy, so if you're up in Philly, be ready. Oh, thank you, Betsy. Yeah, the local news is extremely hyped. A friend of mine online sent me a picture of Delmarva WX made where it self-enhanced the tornado area to make it look crosshatched, which it was not crosshatched. When crosshatching means extreme tornadoes, like EF2 to EF5 tornadoes, not typical Maryland, Delaware tornadoes. So that was pretty crooked of him to do, and I'm going to call him out on that later, but it's not right to scare people just to make money off the internet. That's one thing I'm strongly against. So there's a lot of nuance to getting your weather online, and I'm trying to get rid of that and give people a place to come, especially where they have storm anxiety, and they can get an honest, straight-up answer without hype of what's happening, and then find out exactly what's happening live, like I'm doing here. So if you're in the Elkton area, to northeast area along the river, you're going to hear some loud thunder and lightning move through and heavy rains, but that's it. There's no warnings attached to it, and there's no high winds or tornadoes happening with it. You've got the last cell moving along there now that's got some power to it, but it's basically 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts, along with a lot of lightning strikes in the Middletown to Galena area. That's going to be moving into the Elkton, Bear, and Delaware River area in the next hour. thank you guys for supporting my page. I've been trying to get this together forever, and I've been doing this for a while now. So if you like what you see here, spread the word. Let people know that somebody is doing this in our area now, because we don't get any coverage from the big guys like I'll say like Ryan Hall and live storm chasers and stuff like that. They don't have chasers out here or coverage or know the areas like they do where they're from, where they chase in the Midwest, so they don't have much interest in doing it. I'm trying to change that and give the Mid-Atlantic region full coverage, especially at night when everybody else turns off their stuff. I will stay up until 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning and track storms every time. And I'm actually getting ready to start a national version of what I'm doing here. So every night, the past couple nights, there's been tornadoes early in the morning out in the Midwest and South. And yesterday, or actually this morning, 6 o'clock in the morning in Kentucky, there was a killer tornado. And nobody reported on it. Nobody had anything about it at all, but I was watching it live. I'm always up from midnight till 8 a.m., so I'm a night owl. That's what I used to do for a living. And when you get out here in the Midwest, after 10 o'clock, there's no coverage. After 10 p.m., there's no coverage anywhere. So I want to change that. So this storm is still looking a little potent, and it looks like it wants to try to rotate still. But it's very broad on the rotation, and it's not really doing much. It's possible it could wrap back up a little bit right in this area, in the Galena, Millington area. Let me get a drink. I'll be right back. just rain and wind a little bit for Delta and everybody else at this point. Nobody's really going to see anything more than some lightning strikes in the distance or nearby if you're in northern Delaware. And as you can see, they're starting to cancel the tornado warnings, or the tornado watches, along with the storm's movement. So, western shore side, everybody but Harford County in central Maryland is out. Carroll County, Frederick, Germantown, Anne Arundel, the southern Maryland Peninsula, around DC, and up into PA, except for York and Lancaster, have been canceled. In the next hour, they'll cancel these as well before we get to midnight, where they all cancel. I doubt they will extend the warnings they placed way too far up into Pennsylvania and New Jersey. They will likely cancel all of this here shortly. They could cancel it any minute, honestly. The lightning is very, very bright white and very frequent in this one cell here that's still trying to rotate somewhat. You can see it wanting to twist a little bit as it's getting south of Galena and moving along 301 towards Middletown and Smyrna. If you watch, you see it going like this. Right in this area. Oh, I drew it too low. Let me try it again. And we'll zoom in on it. Let me move it up a little further. It's starting to reform, actually. We may end up with a tornado warning again. So, it's very weak, but it's getting a couplet on it right at 301. Look, let me stop it. This is the current radar. That two couplets. There's one here and one here. That's not a good sign. Let me show you what I mean. Let's put it in motion. This is the area that's been spinning all night. And if you back out more, you can really tell. Now it's got a point and a point. That's not good. So this probably will get a tornado warning on it, because what's happening is we're getting this cell trying to wrap this way, and this cell is trying to wrap around this way, and meanwhile up here this cell is doing the same thing. And just all kinds of trying to circulate. And there's something about this area too. Now we have a severe thunderstorm warning. I swear they watch my channel. I swear they watch my channel. Severe thunderstorm warning now, and flood warning possibly. Flash flood warning for Middletown to Newark, which I was warning about the heavy rains. And then this is rotating. They put a severe thunderstorm warning back on it for strong winds, as the winds are picking up, and tornado possible designation. And this possible tornado designation is south of Galena on 301. And then up here again. So basically like Fredericktown, Pleasant Cove, Sassafras area along the river. And then Ginn's Corner, Warwick, towards the Delaware line, Millington Wildlife Management, Blackheart, and north of Unicorn, Millington, Peacock Corner. Excuse me. But yeah, that's basically like very, very high winds on this side. and then slower winds on this side. That may even be an effect due to that landmass. With that higher, we got higher land masses on this side. Havre de Grace is only like 30 feet above sea level. I live over here at 161 by Susquehanna State Park, and I'm 300 and some feet up already, 325 I think. So when you go up that steep hill from Havre de Grace up onto the hilltop on 155, you're coming up out of the basin of the bay and up onto the platform of the Piedmont Plateau, which is the edge of the mountains. We got a little bit of a high wind crossing over here in the Delta to Muddy Run, south of the 372 bridge, the Holtwood Bridge, but Holtwood Dam area, north of Peach Bottom. Excuse me. So these winds are strong, and it's probably storming like its brains off. And a little bit of rotation showing there in the Delta area. And that's a ridge line that runs through here. Delta is situated on. That could be helping cause that rotation right there. Nothing surprises me. I see it all as it happens. Darlington, Dublin area is the same as me, probably about 350, 325 feet above sea level, something like that. So yeah, there's a decent bit of rotation trying to happen there as that area crosses the ridge line of Delta, and that's a pretty tall ridge. If you've ever been to Delta, PA, Peach Bottom Township, the quarries are up there where they mine slate, where they used to mine slate in the olden days. And it's a big ridge line. It's one of the last ridge lines from the Appalachian Mountains that run along there. It's a big wrinkle in the ground. It runs right through there from 543 and 165 up. I used to live up there. So, severe thunderstorm warning, and it looks like a flash flood warning as well, mixed in there. Yep. And then a possible tornado warning as well. So as this tries to wrap up, it's over Galena now, and it's still very broad, but you can see the action. See, this is wrapped down like this, but this is pulling up like this. Like this. And then we've got this guy like this. And then this is a neutral because of where it's at. So that gives us a location right in that stupid area right there. Yeah, I'm at the end of 161 on Rock Run Road for now, and I'm at 325. Havre de Grace is like 20 or 35 feet above sea level. The Susquehanna Flats are 20 feet above sea level, and I know that because it's only 20 feet difference from the top of the bay to the bottom of the bay. That's what makes the water run down it. It's so crazy. And then the highest point on all of the Delmarva Peninsula is only 100 feet, which is about where this storm is happening now. I forget what it's called. It's like, you can Google it. It's like something. Like Cut Pond Road or something like that. I forget. But it's between Rock Hall and okay, so this lightning is kind of letting up a little bit. Doesn't look too bad. It's moving much more north now than it was before. Let's take a good look at the rotation happening again. Wow, look at those wind striations over the water right through here. it's really starting to pull that air. We can see it on the radar like that. That's unusual. So this storm is picking up strength now. Isn't that weird how that works, where it loses steam as it gets close to the bay, but then it gets over the bay and it powers up, and then it spins down for a while, and then as it gets across the center of the Delmarva Peninsula, where the Maryland-Delaware line runs up and down, it's like a magic border where they spin back up in strength every time, especially when they're moving west to east. I don't understand it. It's crazy. But it seems like we get our worst storms on the Delmarva when they move from the southwest to the northeast like this. So I wouldn't be surprised if this gets a tornado warning on it anytime soon, because it's really trying. Now it's wrapping up again. Whoops. Let's take a look. So you can see the striations in the clouds here, and then these are moving in the opposite direction, but they have these little finger-like things sticking down here. That's usually indications of inflow and outflow type setup. This is south of Perryville. All of it is just south of Perryville. Perryville is right over here. So Perryville is good. You're going to get rains for a little while longer, and it's going to slowly taper off. Yeah, Newark should be getting in any minute, if it's not already. Middletown is in the thick of it. Let's go to Delaware cameras. Excuse me. Take a good look at this while it's coming up 301 in the Middletown area. There are some decent cameras here, so Delaware has good camera coverage on their roads. So we're on the upper left corner camera box, and you can see it's coming down hard, but it's just rain. This is at Warwick, I believe. Yeah, we're 301 south of the split, so this is at the way station there on the Maryland line, right here. Yeah, right there. Warwick area, right here, is where this camera is. Let me zoom in on it, and then I'll make it bigger for you guys. We'll take a look at this storm as it's coming into Delaware. On the back edge. And denied. It's alright, we'll just pull another one. We saw what we needed to see there. We'll go further north on 301 at the interchange. Wow, heavy rains. Looks like fog under the lights. Little skirts. And there's big lightning as well, so it's going to be ugly, but at least it's not extremely dangerous. Ow. More on par with what we normally see for thunderstorms in these areas. Here is Levels Road looking out towards Patriot Drive. Not even raining that hard yet. They've got a lot coming at them though, as this moves north and east at the same time. It's trying to hook back up into a tornado, but it's getting choked off, so that's good. Oops, sorry about that. Bumped the microphone. It was probably loud. Let me fix it real quick. Yeah, we may end up with a tornado warning on this storm still yet. In the Warwick to, it's along 301 between Galena, Warwick, and the Townsend to Smyrna area, headed towards Middletown, right up 301. So if you're in that area, pay attention and be ready. Otherwise, most of the storms have just about cleared Harford County. They're almost over in lower Delaware. The beaches are clear. And this is the last of the severe thunderstorm warnings probably that we'll have tonight. If we get a tornado warning out of it, I'll be impressed, but not surprised, as it's wrapped up pretty good right here. I'll show you what I mean. See how these formations are kind of like going into each other in a rotational way. Yep, each radar frame, it looks like it wants to get a little more sturdy. So that's how the rotation, the winds are pulling around it. Now let's clear that and put it back in motion. And then we can see how it's rotating. So it's very loose and disorganized, and now it's trying to start tightening up. There's the next frame. So yeah, this could be funnel clouds on the ground, in the air, and trying to produce something, but it's got some pretty stout winds with it. Those brighter orange colors are in the 50 to 60 mile an hour range that are on that front side of it. And then it's got negative 20, 30 mile an hour winds on the back side, so that could be just south of Middletown along 301 into Maryland in the Warwick area or the Townsend area, but it's headed towards Middletown. So keep an eye on it. It's coming right up 301, and it looks like there's two different spots of rotation where it's trying to do something. But now, right now, it was looking like it was over towards Townsend, but now the main rotation looks like it's right here where the river comes into 301. It's crazy. Yeah, I don't like what I see, but it's not potent by any means. It's not strong. It's just, it worries me to see them wrap up like that and get that S shape. Excuse me. So we're Hartley. Where's Hartley? No, you're way south, so you're good. You're down here. Hartley's south, and it's already passed you by 15 to 20 miles. So this is way up on the other side of Smyrna and moving north towards Newark. We're talking about north of Smyrna by 5-10 miles, and in Middletown, Odessa, Armstrong, Wiggins Mill, Warwick proper. We'll go back to that camera. See what's happening. Still nothing on the cam. Try up in Warwick proper. It's definitely pouring rain, that's for sure. Let's see what else we got here. That is 301 at Levels Road. It's raining pretty good, almost in sheets. You can see in the center of the road here, the sheets are blowing. Sheets of rain. But it definitely wants to try to rotate again. Look at this. Let's stop it. The latest scan, it's definitely got a good, it's going to end up with a tornado warning. So this is south of Chesapeake City. It's past Cecilton already, and Earlville to the east. It's right on the Maryland line, and that camera just went out. That's never a good sign. So that was at 301 Levels Road. Let's move over to Middleton, Bunker Hill. And that camera's out. They're all out. That's a bad sign, but look at that rain. It's definitely raining in sheets and coming down hard. So I would take cover and treat this severe thunderstorm as a tornado warning, just to be sure. This should have a tornado warning on it at this point. It's got a very obvious couplet. Let's look at it. So you see how the winds are acting here? It's pulling all these winds up around here like this. Whoops. Meanwhile, this is all being wrapped up behind it. Come on now. Cameras keep going out, but look at that. Look how hard it's wind and rain there. And this is in Middleton right now as the storm's approaching, so. You know, once this rain stops, it's over. And Dover, it's almost past you, but this is definitely a tornado. This should have a tornado warning. NWS, if you're listening, please pay attention. Right on the Maryland-Delaware line. This is wrap it up tighter. This is absolutely a tornado vortex signature. Showing right here. We are in Middle Neck Road, off of Old Telegraph Road in Maryland, Bohemia River State Park. What is that? Augustine Herman Highway. And the cameras keep going out. You can see the camera on the left, upper left corner, the big one. Look how that rain is blowing on the street. That's probably 50, close to 50-mile-an-hour winds. So this storm is moving along into crossing the Maryland, PA, Maryland Delaware line in the Bohemia Mills area, Middle Neck Road, Old Bohemia Wildlife Management area, north of Warwick now. It's west of Middletown. It's moving along 301 to the west, and it's putting down some rain, heavy rain. Can't see much on the Warwick camera. Let's go further north. Oh wow. What is happening? That's a malfunctioning camera. That gave me a headache. Here's Middletown, downtown Middletown proper. Just heavy rain, no wind. But if we move over to the interchange, whoops, closer to the Maryland line, where 299 and 301 connect. Yeah, this thing is really wrapping up. Should have a tornado warning on it now. I'm going to call the office if they don't put one on it. Now we're looking at, let's see, that is about 70-mile-an-hour winds right here on the one side, and it's got that whole storm wrapped up tight. So when you see an S-kink that big in a squall line that was just moving along normal, now this is definitely a tornado happening right here. Undetected tornado over the Middletown area, moving north towards Bear, northeast towards Bear, along 301. But once this is passed, this is it. Sorry about that, I almost choked to death. I'm going to put a tornado warning out for this, even though they don't have one. This is undetected tornado. Maybe they'll get it. This should absolutely have a tornado warning on it. Finally, we got a tornado warning on it. So it's got a good rotation. It's moving pretty slowly, but they just extended the warning up into Bear. It's moving about 25 miles an hour to the north-northeast towards it's over Bohemia Mills and Middletown area. As I was saying earlier, this was definitely an undetected tornado. I'm glad they're finally making a warning for it. You could see this thing was wrapped up big time like this, and then these winds here are spiking in like this, and all of this coming in here gives you a vortex. So I always detect these tornadoes earlier than most. I've got a knack for it. This rotation's been going. This is the same rotation that's been going for hours. And like I said a little bit ago, they come and go, come and go. The 30-minute cycle is what I call it, where they tend to dissipate because they suck up the cold rain and it chokes off the flow, and then that gets ahead of itself and the rain backs down a little bit, and then what can happen is the hail dumps back out from the storm. And if you've ever dumped the water out of a bucket onto dry dirt and you've seen the dust blow up around the water, that's what causes the same thing as a microburst, but you're displacing air is my point. And that air displacement has to be replaced by whatever is going to be able to rush in from the storm around it, underneath the storm. So as it rushes in, it tends to rotate as it spins, just like everything else does on the planet, due to the Coriolis effect, and it gives you these rotations. It's all about like an eddy current. So this is moving very slowly, but it tightened up pretty tight there for a minute. Had me worried. Let's see if it did any damage. The correlation coefficient is what you want for radar to tell you if there was anything sucked up into the sky by a tornado, and it will drop out, or what they call a dropout. It'll show. It'll look like these kind of blues and blacks. It'll show a cluster in the middle of this solid circle. So let's put it in motion. Newark, you are in the warning. Yes, you should take shelter. If you got a tornado warning on your device, take shelter. And there are some shadows. See, that doesn't, I don't like that. When I see shadows like that, that's like called a hail shadow. The radar's down here in the bottom right corner, and it's looking, it sweeps. It goes around in the big circle and sweeps. So it's looking out in every direction from Dover. So as it's looking in that direction, it will see or not see things that are deep in the radar. And the heavier and wider, flatter, whatever, easier it is to reflect the radar, Excuse me, I lost my voice for a second there. But if you are in Newark, it doesn't look like it's doing a whole lot, but Chesapeake City is right on the edge. Yeah, you can see there still a broad rotation with strong winds. Chesapeake City, St. Augustine, on the Maryland side, Biddle Street and Old Telegraph Road, up towards Summit Bridge, where the bend is in 71. Summit Ridge Road there, Summit Airport, north of Summit Airport, north of Churchtown Road, White Swan Lake area, and northeast up towards Fraser Road, Street Road, Pencader Farms, Lumps Pond State Park, and all around Lumps Pond. If you're in that Lumps Pond State Park campground, you need to get to a building, get in a ditch, get out of your tents, get out of your mobile homes immediately, and get somewhere safe. Please. This thing is headed right for you. If you know people that are camping at Lumps Pond State Park, call them. This thing is no joke. So we still got active warning. We still got active rotation. Still showing a sharp rotation with each new frame. Let's check the rotation on the coalition and coefficient. No, not really seeing any debris. That's a good thing. Put that in motion. A little bit of shadow. Wow. Nothing, so we would be seeing like crazy looking things going on, but let's go back. High res velocity. Still got a good couplet going on there. And you can see the rotation pretty well on this. Looks like it's headed towards Summit Bridge to Clay Acres, Kirkwood, Williamsburg, Porter, St. Andrews, Red Lion, and Bear, Delaware. You're not going to be able to do much about it, but just sit and wait. But it's got a... It keeps knocking these cameras out. It's got a pretty pronounced rotation. It's got some pretty high speed winds in the sky above it. Not really seeing a lot of lightning, but it's still got a pronounced there to the east of Chesapeake City, still got a pronounced area of rotation. So we're in between Chesapeake City and Summit Airport, Summit Bridge, moving northeast slowly. There's the next scan, still showing it. It's kind of broken up, but these things cycle up and down, so this is going to go south of Elkton, southeast of Elkton. Elkton is right here. And the storm is headed in this direction. Ow. Starting to feel that storm change. Pressure in my bones. Ow. Let's try another camera. Ooh, gotta get in the right state first. So where are we at? We're by St. George, up there already. There's the canal, Summit Bridge. That's about as close as you can get. It's cranking. That could be tornadic winds. Look at that. That is what a rain-wrapped tornado looks like when you're in it. And that's as close as you can get on the cameras. Knock it off. Pain. So when you see those winds whipping like this on the asphalt, yeah, this is not unusual for this time of year in Maryland and Delaware. So, but you can see, whoops. See how that's whipping across the road in waves? If you're in a tornado warning and you start to see this, you're in trouble. When you see curtains and sheets moving across the road of rain, moving sideways, that's a bad sign when you're in a tornado warning. That means you're getting close to it. And as you can see, it's like curtain after curtain after curtain going across the street there. So right there, Bethel Church Road at 896. Not good. Let's go a little further north to the other side where Lums Pond is. And of course that camera's down. Absolutely nothing. It's moved a little further north now. It's right on 896 proper. And it's south of, it's right at Lums Pond actually, it looks like. Right on Lums Pond State Park. And we can't get a camera there. Porter Road. And it's loosening up, but it's still showing that couplet pretty tightly on the radar. Surprised nobody stepped in. Oh wow. Not really much happening on the camera. For where we can see. It's already lit up there. This is the camera we looked at a minute ago. It's where it was curtains of rain. We're in a big camera hole. It's falling apart. There's very little rotation now, so this will be going away any minute. Still pronounced rotation, and still got strong winds on the north side. It's on 896, right about between, I would say, Loma State Park at the river to Porter Road. Right here. Here is Lum's Pond State Park. There you go. You can see the rotation is right on it. The campground is just to the right. And Delaware Veterans Memorial Cemetery, Chesapeake City Road, where it comes across. And it's got good speed on the winds on the front side of it, and that's what worries me the most. At 50 to 60 miles an hour on this side. And they moved it north a little bit. Let's readjust it. I don't know why they did that. I kind of missed. And here it comes, and it shrinks down. So let's draw it out. Sorry, I was looking at something on the other screen where you can't see it. And I messed this one up, but let's take a look here. And then I'll draw it out here. Whoopsie. So that's pretty much it right there. Right along 896. Looks like it's gonna fall apart. It's pretty windy on this camera though. Look at that, we might be in it. Where's the Porter Road in 896? Look at those curtains coming across. This could be it right here, folks. Let me zoom in on this camera. Yeah, that's it right there. Look at that. It's not a heavy tornado, but we are in the tornado right there. This camera's at 896 and Porter Road, which is right here. That's what I was trying to catch. So as all that's blown across the road, we caught that coming in. That was pretty cool. Not a whole lot to it, but right here. So we're on Porter Road. Camera is right here. Porter Road in 896. And that's right where it's crossing. So if that's a tornado, that's it. So you're talking Woodside Manor. You can name off all these roads through here. Worthy Down, Caravel Farms, Porter Square, Woodside Manor, Countryside Farms, Marabou Meadows. Oh, come on. And it looks like it blew the camera out. Yep. Power probably went out. And it's very loose, very slow rotation. I'm not doing much now. It's falling apart quickly. We'll go to the other side of Porter Road, where nothing's happening yet. So this camera will get wild real quick. Top left corner. This camera is on the other side of Porter Road over at State Road 72. So if there's anything to see, we'll see it on this one. I can make that a little bigger for you. Not much rotation left on it though, so not much to look at. It looks like the power is flickering in the area, causing the cameras to act up. There we go. Winds are picking up. It is right over 896 and Porter Road, moving towards Route 40, Glasgow Park, Belltown Woods, and State Road 72. Northeast Glasgow Pines, Sunset Lake Road. And there's not much of it left. It's kind of falling apart. It might flare back up again, but it's not really doing much now. So you can see on the camera the winds aren't even that bad. Just heavy rain. Let me see if there's a better camera angle. This is 40 and 72. This is probably a better place to watch. It should be approaching this area right here. So you're going to see, like, it'll look like a fog moving in as it's rain wrapped, and all this stuff will start disappearing bit, line by line as it gets closer. And the tornado warning has fallen off, so we're no longer tornado warned. Its rotation is disappearing quickly. Doesn't look like much left. So let's zoom back out. Let me put another camera up. That one keeps going out. This is 40 at Porter Road. They're probably all going to have problems. They're really sensitive to power flickering. You can see when the camera does work, it's definitely still blowing pretty hard. The winds are still rotating. Look at all that, the signs and everything on the road. Down there on the side of Route 40 there, see all the signs Let's try a different camera. Not much happening on Old Baltimore Pike in 896. Looks like it's crossing Route 40 already. Or I'm sorry, yeah, it's about in the Bear, south, just south or west of Bear, in between 896 and right around Sunset Lake Road. Let's see if I can pull that up. Here's the Sunset Lake Road cam on the big cam. I don't see much going on there. Heavy rain moving in. The wind is starting to sheet up a little bit on the roads. Where you want to look is down here on the roads where the reflections are, and in front of the cars as they go by, and you'll see sheets of rain. If you zoom in and look a little closer, I don't know if your camera is powerful enough to do that or what kind of video you're looking at, but when the cars go by, the mist will blow, and you can see the mist blowing across the road. See how it looks like sheets crossing the road there of rain? That's a sign of high winds when you're looking at the cameras. So that the faster and crazier that looks, you can tell as the cars go through the water, and that's a big puddle there. How bad the winds are blowing, and then watching the trees, of course, as well. But for the most part, this is pretty much docile and over. I had a feeling that was that same cell that we tracked all the way from Indian Head area, Accokeek, and Waldorf, Fort Washington, and then it moved up in through just south of Upper Marlboro. Then we watched it track all the way up through Annapolis, north of Stevensville, Kent Island, Chester River, Chestertown, and then it flared back up, and now it's done and taken off quickly. As you can see, the storms are accelerating. They're moving much faster now. And earlier, if you remember, I called for flash flood warnings in this area because of heavy rains in Philadelphia, all around Wilmington, Newark, the I-95 corridor, the New Jersey Turnpike, because it floods out so easily. And these will spread up through the night, up along the New Jersey, Pennsylvania border. So let's flip it over to high res velocity. I'm sorry, reflectivity, and you can see now only Harford County, Cecil County, and some of the Eastern Shore counties have tornado watches left. Everything has been replaced with high wind warnings, or actually technically a wind advisory, and that is for 15 to 30 mile an hour winds during the day tomorrow, up to 50 mile an hour gusts possible during the day, so stay away from 18-wheelers. Just type in, if you want to find out where these cameras are, just type in the state that you're looking at and traffic camera map, or traffic camera afterwards, and they all have either like West Virginia 511, or this one is del.gov. They all have different names, it depends, but most of them are going to the 511.org format, like Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and all. They'll have that West Virginia 511.org designation that you can find them that way. But the easiest way is just to type in and Google search Maryland traffic cameras or Delaware traffic cameras, and it'll bring you to the site where you can get to the map and click on them. And every state in the union has them. Some are better than others. As you can see here, those are all the cameras just in Delaware. And my favorite camera up there, Cascio Mill Road, where the students like to try to drive through that low pass bridge when the see, here's the University of Delaware here, and they have move in and move out days in this area. And here's Cascio Mill Road. And this is where that low bridge is, where you get these films of people trying to drive through that hole. Well, it's too small for a U-Haul. It's too small for a pickup truck with a cab. But no, this storm is heavy rain, flash flooding now. Oops. There it is. Look at that. That low pass bridge. This is near University of Delaware. And every move-in day, which is coming up soon, it's what, or move-out day, July something, 28th I think. There's a small tunnel to walk through that's barely big enough for 2 people to fit in. And then there's a small tunnel barely big enough for 1 car or 1 pickup truck or van to go through. And I'm talking about a regular van. A box van won't fit in it. And they try to drive through here with U-Hauls, and it's hilarious to watch it that Saturday afternoon. Traffic will be backed up in both directions, and some idiot will try to drive through there with a U-Haul or bigger truck and either rip the box off or cause a big accident. But the last move out, I didn't see anybody do it, so they must be warning the kids now not to try to do that, or they're not allowing it. Because what they should do is close the road that day. But yeah, it's a train track, and it's old, and it's small, outdated, so you have to drive all the way around out Main Street, Newark proper, to get around that. It's hilarious to watch that on camera. But it looks like we're pretty much done except for the flash flooding. I'm going to give it a little longer, obviously. So if you want to hang out, we've got till midnight, and this is about finished. Once this moves out the rest of the way, they'll cancel these. They've already dropped off Harford County and Cecil County from the warnings for from the tornado watch. So in the next hour, the whole tornado watch gets canceled, and all we'll have left is the little bit of storms left over, which that cell that just went through Delaware now that had the tornado warning in it is all the way up in Philadelphia already. So the storms are speeding up, and they'll be gone within the hour. Yeah, Lacey, I saw the clankers they put up this year. It's pretty cool. The radar map is up now. Let me put it up. Hang on. So the blue boxes are for the high wind warnings all across pretty much the whole region. Let me turn these off. Turn that surface front stuff off. It just confuses people. So the dark red is the tornado watch, and that'll be going away at 12 midnight. And then everything is going to be replaced with these wind warnings, and that's going to last all the way till Sunday morning. So all day Saturday it's going to be horrible out. 30 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts all day. By sunrise, that'll be starting up in the next couple hours once this moves out. We may still get some residual showers on the backside of this storm. As you can see, they're wrapping back around. And let me move the radar over closer so it picks up better. See those residual storms or not storms, just rain, that are wrapped back around that low. So the low pressure, oops, hold on, let me turn off the radar sights, clean it up a little. So that low pressure site now appears to be about right here over Carroll County, Gettysburg area. And it is going to be moving in this direction. As the night moves on. So some of these storms, or rain I should say, they're not really storms, will come in behind all this. And we might get more rain through the night in some of these areas. Lightning, probably not. Heavy storms or tornadoes, definitely not. But in the Philly area, Wilmington, along the river, and in southern New Jersey, along the turnpike and the main route there that runs down the river on the New Jersey side, that's going to be flooding, probably heavy flooding in the next 30 to 60 minutes. And that's where the heaviest rain is now, and they're starting to put that warning in. Let me beef that up real quick. Go to hydro, and then it's not there. It's in storm-based. Flash flood warning, and we will make the border bigger so when you can tell where it's at. It's hard to see. There we go. So that is a flash flood warning from the Philadelphia airport south, and that has been posted because of the heavy rains, 1 to 2 inches in an hour falling from the sky. And then we've already had heavy rains in the area, so expect road flooding pretty much Chester, Westchester area, West Deptford, Pennsville, Kennett Square, Penns Grove, West Grove, Carneys Point, and Fulcroft, Swarthmore. And then this will probably be moved north as the storm moves north in another hour or two. So 1 to 2 inches per hour falling down there. Delaware County, Chester County, Salem, Gloucester, and moving north, east. So as you can see, it's all sweeping up that way. So I-95, 95, Delaware. Let's see how bad it's really raining. Here's the furthest point, 495, of course. 495 on the river, it's pouring. 95, pretty heavy rain. It's not windy at least, but it's pouring. Let's see here. So right on the Delaware PA line, pretty heavy rain there, but the flash flooding is pretty much everywhere around Wilmington to Philly. So if you're in those regions, definitely want to take cover. We're going to get off of here in a few minutes, but you can see here the main threat pretty much over. We've still got flash flooding in Annapolis with a flood warning extended. The first one was up in 10 minutes, but we may get some more rain through the night, and they're worried about that until 4 a.m. So they got almost 3 inches of rain in an hour flat off of that same storm that caused this tornado warning. And that's the same cell that had the tornado warning over and over and over again, all the way from Fort Washington, Upper Marlboro, to Annapolis, and then across Kent Island, where they had the tornado warning, but it missed them, or it didn't do anything. And then it moved into the Chester River across the eastern neck and followed Chester River all the way up into Delaware. And that's the same one that just went out not that long ago. So, pretty crazy storm. But it's been right on the edge of severe the whole time. Now remember I said Lancaster, York, Harrisburg might see flooding, and then up into Reading, Lebanon. So if you got family up that way, they're next, and it's moving in now, and that's overnight, so they could be waking up to flooding in the morning. That's not a good thing. And these high wind warnings will be extended probably along behind these rains. As the tornado warning gets canceled, they'll put that into place. And then this will be a chronic pain event, because it's a very strong low pressure and it's very close. So everybody's feeling it. And now they've just added Philadelphia to the warnings for flash flood, as I expected a minute ago. And as that keeps moving, it's going to be a problem. So get off the roads if you're on the roads late tonight. There's no reason to be out if you don't have to be. And Philadelphia floods very easily. Big sections. Look at that wrapping up right there. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Yep. It's got a tornado trying to form north of Quarryville but south of Lancaster. This might get a tornado warning on it. Moving northeast just south of Lancaster. That is rotation right there. But Maryland is good. Delaware is pretty much good at this point. Everything's pretty much over there. Now we're just worried about Pennsylvania and southern New Jersey. And that's definitely trying to be a tornado there. Look at that. From 74, Airville area, moving across the river and into the Strasburg, Millersville, Lampeter, Willow Street area. That's crazy. So flash flood warning for northern Delaware, Wilmington. That's basically pretty much what all of Newcastle County to the area around Wilmington into Westchester and up around Fair Hill, Cecil County area for flooding rains along 295 and 95 and the New Jersey Turnpike all the way up past Philadelphia to Middleton Township, Mount Laurel, Burlington, where we got our bird at. Burlington, New Jersey. This area floods out bad because of the river very often. It's all very low to the ground, into the river. But yeah, Route 130 is a bad route for that. glasses are weird. So we're going to get off here soon. The wind warnings have replaced the tornado watch pretty much across the region now. We've got one rotation left still going on here south of Lancaster, moving northeast in the Strasburg area, Millersville, almost to Route 30, north of Quarryville, north of 372, and moving towards New Holland, Leola, East Earl, Ephrata. And Reading eventually, but it probably won't stay that long. But you can get these spin-ups as it interacts with the mountain and the high landmass, so that's probably what's happening here too. So that's two ways that we can see these two small tornadoes spin up in this area. But it looks like pretty much it's over otherwise. I appreciate you guys joining me. I'm going to be doing this forever, as long as there is severe weather and as long as it's going on. From now on, somebody needs to do this, so let's take a look at the regular radar one more time before we get off here. Just regular rain wrapping around the backside. As this low pressure is going to accelerate and pull away, it's going to make the wind speeds pick up too. It's going to help amplify them. So it'll be a rough day tomorrow, especially out on the water. But otherwise, you're all clear. As soon as they drop this tornado watch, we've got about 15 more minutes. You can see that storm rotating. Look at that. Watch it spin right here. It even gets the comma shape they talk about on the TV. It's pretty wild. Especially this time of night. Feel free to ask any questions. I'll answer them as best I can. I'm here to teach it because education is the best ammunition against anxiety, is what I've learned. So, if you know anybody with storm anxiety, let them know about my website and my page, well, my Facebook site and my page. I also broadcast to YouTube. There's a YouTube channel with my same name that you can join. If you don't have Facebook or you can't get into Facebook for whatever reason, you can go to the YouTube channel side. And I also send out the alerts on WhatsApp in case you don't have Facebook. So there's two ways to get my alerts and information. Clankers are these, you know those things on the side of the boat? Um, they're like plastic inflatables to keep the boats from rubbing against the docks and getting torn up. Basically, they got some of those in red and hung them from a pole across the road so that nobody will, if you'll run into those before you run into the bridge itself, and it alerts you and it sets off the lights, flashing lights and all. I'll show you on the camera exactly what they are. It's a pretty smart idea. I'll zoom in on the camera here, make it full size for you. See them hanging up there, and you can see the shadows underneath the bridge. So they took those things and hung them from chains down to the height, just below the same height as the opening for the bridge. So if you're driving along, you'll run into those if your car is 2 feet too tall, and it'll make these big clanking sound. You can't see them from this side. Oh, there they are, up here. You can just barely make them out. Bunch of them in a row hanging on a chain. So if you try to bring a U-Haul truck through there, they smash into it, and they go swinging and make a bunch of noise and everything, and then you know you can't fit under the bridge. Which pretty much nothing but cars and regular trucks can fit. Pickup trucks. So if you go to Delaware, del.gov and get on the map, you can search Casho Mill, C-A-S-H-O Mill Road, and just put it up there and watch on a Saturday, or if you're bored. People get frustrated trying to drive through there too, because they'll stop in both directions and wait for each other to go. It's funny. Nobody knows what the etiquette is to drive through there. But that's what a clanker is. Clanks your vehicle to let you know it's too big to go in. That's 8'7", small, unusual bridge that was built before cars. And that's what it is. It's a train bridge. The train ran through there ever since the 1700s. But the cars were invented 100 years later. And they couldn't redo it. So the last bit of storm's moving through now. And we stopped the rotation of the cells. The rain is pulling back in the mountains from the opposite side, opposite direction. The low pressure is moving northeast up through Pennsylvania now. It's about around York. And the heavy stuff is just about out of Maryland completely, out of Delaware completely. It's only got from Newark and Bear to Wilmington before it's gone completely. And then winds will pick up. At midnight, in 10 more minutes, this dark red will go away for the tornado watch, which they could just cancel it now, but whatever. They're going to let it run out. That's fine. And then we will be replaced with the blue colors, which are wind advisories. And it's going to be windy tomorrow. So 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts tomorrow. It's going to be a handful on the highway. There may be closures on the big bridges temporarily at the peak, which will be probably 2 to 6 o'clock is when the winds are always the strongest because of the sun. So expect problems on the highway tomorrow. big delays, and it's going to be real windy at the beach. Not very comfortable to camp. Loud, obnoxious on the eastern shore, and chillier than normal, as it always is when a nor'easter or a similar low pressure system moves through. And the chronic pain will be quite high. I hope we get out of this pattern soon. I'm sick of this. It's been a nightmare this year. Hopefully, the rest of this rain does not make it into our area. They had a lot of flooding out that way. Morgantown, by the lake. What I can do is turn that back on. Go to storm reports and change the time interval to 12 hours. And it'll pull up all the damage reports. You can see all these flooding. Looks like 68, just off of 68 there was some flooding. Several inches of water on the I-68 bridge at Retreat Lake. It was raining hard to do that. That was much earlier. That was 8 o'clock. Ouch. Let's see where else. We had flooding reports in Baltimore as well, but there was a ton of them out here in West Virginia. Look at all that. The blue and the little green guys are flash flooding or flooding reports. Badly and completely blocked road in Marion, Worthington, West Virginia. They had damage reports as well. The black dots with the white in the center, trees down. So they got it pretty bad out there. Multiple trees, weather-related incidents reported across the county. That was back at 4:30 today. When the first round went through, they got hammered out there. When the second round came through, they really got hammered. Look at all these black dots in West Virginia for trees and wires down. All up and down. Wind damage. Trees down with power lines. That's what the black and white dots are. We go over here. The only wind damage report we had was that second tornado warning that flared up right over Silver Spring and 495. Blew a bunch of trees down on 495 Capitol Beltway interloop between 29 and 193. Blocking all but the far left lane in Montgomery County, Four Corners area. And that was the second tornado that went through there earlier. Otherwise, it's flood. Columbia, we saw this one live. 6 inches of flowing water over the road. In Baltimore City proper, a flood warning. Hillen and 35th Street, which is pretty far up the hill, but there's spots up at that area that don't drain well or can back up with water. And then that's pretty much it for the other damage part reports or anything like that. All of those tornado warnings so far, no damage reports. Hagerstown had a damage report for several trees and wires down in Hagerstown. But you have to remember that it was about 8:25 p.m. and there was some winds blowing through there, but that area is still heavily damaged from the Easter Eve storm, and that could be residual effects because something big comes through like that Easter Eve storm with a 90 to 100 mile an hour wind gusts, straight line winds, no tornado, and it blasted down so many trees, but it damaged so many more that are still hanging precariously, and you may not even realize it. That's why I tell everybody to check their trees twice a year, once in the spring and once in the winter, before the big storms start up, because that's something that can fall down on your home. So if you have big trees hanging over your property, that's something you need to check twice a year, and at least once every 2 years or 3 years, have an arborist or a tree company come and get your insurance involved. They will help pay for it because it saves them money in the long run. And just have everything checked out. It's not worth your life to save the money. So a lot of damage reports to the south and to the west like I expected, but we did pretty well here. It seemed scary, but it wasn't that bad. All those tornado warnings were mostly false. Here's the flood reports for Annapolis, where they still have a flood warning up. 214 Central Avenue was closed due to high water for a while, and that was right at 10. And then 7 inches of water flowing over Beards Point Road near Heitzman Road in Riva in Anne Arundel County. So it got crazy there with the rain, and that was what my worst fear was, rain, to the point where we had road flooding, because that's the number one killer when it comes to storms. Not tornadoes, not lightning, not wind damage. People driving in the water kills the most people by far. So if you're still on here or getting ready to go, it's now midnight, and these red tornado watches are going to be over with here in a minute, and that's the end of the show. We are all good to go, ready for bed, and safe for bed. Let's put that up. There we go. Except for the flash flood watch and warning areas, we are over with. All clear for the night. So you can sleep like the Fresh Prince. I appreciate your guys' support. Let everybody know that you know what I'm trying to do here. And if this flares back up in the middle of the night, I'll be here watching. I'm always up.